p.m. on January 8th, 2026, and this is the reorganization meeting of Monroe Township Planning Board. Notice of this meeting was given as required by the Open Public Meetings Act, and a copy was posted on the second floor bulletin board in Town Hall and on the Township's website. Be advised, no new item of business will be started after 10:30 p.m. and the meeting shall terminate no later than 11 p.m. Audio and video of this meeting is being recorded in accordance with Ordinance 56, 2024. The meeting is being broadcast live on the Township's YouTube channel, and a link to this meeting will be posted on the Township website for the public to view at their convenience. Please rise to salute the flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call. Ms. Fox. Present. Mr. Fratarelli.
Present.
Mr. Giacomucci.
Here.
Mr. Hessel.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Kozak.
Here.
Mr. Maury.
Here.
Mr. O'Brien.
Here.
Mayor Wolf.
Here.
Mr. Young.
Here.
Mr. Rocco.
Here.
Ms. Pellegrini. Here. Mr. Kernan.
Here.
Mr. Duffy.
Here.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if I may just interject 1 minute. Members, if you could, obviously there's a large crowd here this evening, and we've been having some issues with the audio that is streaming through the YouTube channel, so if you can please just make sure you're speaking clearly into the microphone so everybody can hear, and also those that are listening on the YouTube channel here as well. Thank you.
Go over the appointments to the board. Class 2 member Dan Kozak for a 1-year term. Class 3, council member Carol Ann Fox for a 1-year term. Class 4, Russell Young for an unexpired term. Class 4, Harry Hessel for a 4-year term. Alternate 1, Christopher Maury for an unexpired term. And alternate 2, Anthony Fratarelli for a 2-year term. I now open nominations for election of a chairman. Do we have any nominations?
I'll nominate Andrew Hessel.
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Maury?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Giacomucci?
Yes.
Mr. Kozak?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Mayor Wolf?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
I will now turn the meeting over to the chairman.
All right. Just move it.
So now we'll have election of a vice chair. May I have nominations?
I nominate Russell Young.
A second.
Okay. Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Maury?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Giacomucci?
Yes.
Mr. Hessel?
Yes.
Mr. Kozak?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Mayor Wolf?
Yes.
Mr. Young? I'm sorry, Young was appointed. Okay, next.
Okay. So now we need the appointment of planning board secretary and assistant.
Oh, I'm sorry, before we get into that, all of the resolutions for the board professionals, are going to be tabled until the next meeting, so the appointments can be made. Can we ask for a motion to table? That would be resolutions numbered 3, 5, 6, and 9 for planning board solicitor, planning board planner, planning board engineer, and conflict solicitor to be tabled.
Okay. Can I have a motion to table the appointment of the board's professionals and continue with the board's existing professional staff until subsequent appointments are made?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so now we're going to do the appointment of the planning board secretary and assistant. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Was somebody nominated?
Oh, we thought we were opening up for votes.
Nomination, please.
I'll nominate Amy Gallagher.
For an assistant?
Assistant too.
Second.
Okay. Can I have a nomination for, all in favor of Amy Gallagher?
Aye.
Can I have a nomination for assistant?
Frank.
Secondary.
Scotty Gabinelli. Right?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations. Okay. PB 02/2026, adoption of the planning board 2026 schedule of meetings. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call vote?
Mr. O'Brien?
Aye.
Mr. Kozak?
Aye.
Ms. Fox? Aye. Mr. Giacomucci?
Yes.
And Mr. Hessel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Wolf?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Maury?
Yes.
PB 04/26, adoption of planning board rules and regulations. Is there a motion to adopt?
Motion.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Fox? Yes. Mr. Giacomucci?
Yes.
Mr. Hessel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Kozak?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Mayor Wolf?
Yes.
Mr. Maury?
Yes.
Thank you.
PB 7/26, appointment of clerk transcriber. Is there any nominations?
Scotty Gabinelli.
Second.
Let's have a roll call vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Fox? Yes. Mr. Giacomucci?
Yes.
Mr. Hessel?
Yes.
Mr. Kozak?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Maury?
Yes.
Thank you.
PB 8/26, designation of official newspaper. Any nominations?
He was the courier in the South Jersey Times.
Motion for the Courier Post and South Jersey Times.
Second.
We'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Fox? Yes. Mr. Giacomucci?
Yes.
Mr. Hessel?
Yes.
Mr. Kozak?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mr. Maury?
Yes.
Thank you. The solicitor shall swear in the board professionals.
Swear affirm the testimony about the gives towards the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. One at a time, state your name.
Chris Stockney, Senior Associates Board Planner.
Tim Green.
And we'll get a memorialization of resolutions.
Resolution PB 3625, number 560 SP, Sahara Sand. PB 3725, 555 SP, Susie's 5B Dispensary Inc. PB 3825, 1882, Joey Cleety and Flip Flops, 1202 LLC. PB 3925, waiver site plan 0625 ES Essentials LLC. Make memorialization, motion to memorialize all the resolutions at once. Motion.
Second.
Voice vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Number 562 SP, Texas Builders LLC, preliminary major site plan. The application is seeking preliminary and major site plan approval for the warehouse project. The application proposes two warehouse structures totaling 1,632,000 square feet. to include automobile and truck parking and circulation, lighting, and stormwater management facilities, along with any other variances or waivers deemed necessary by the board. The property is located at 3043 South Blackwoods Pike, also known as Block 8401, lots 8, 9, and 10, in the RG-MU and RD-RR zoning districts, and is subject to the zoning set forth in Hexa Builders redevelopment plan as amended.
Council?
Good evening. Emily Gibbons on behalf of the applicant and Builders LLC. As the chairman stated, we're here for preliminary major site plan approval pursuant to the Hexa Builders redevelopment plan as amended, which does establish the zoning for the property. The applicant proposes a warehouse project. The property is currently vacant and is approximately 172 acres with a proposed area for disturbance of approximately 99 acres. The principal use of warehousing is permitted under the redevelopment plan, and the applicant proposes 2 warehouse structures totaling 1,632,000 square feet of warehousing. We also propose associated automobile and truck parking, loading berths, lighting, driveways, circulation, and stormwater management facilities in compliance with the redevelopment plan. We are requesting 4 waivers. The first is a parking waiver for less than the required number of parking spaces, which is specifically authorized under the terms of the redevelopment plan. A grading waiver, a lighting waiver, as well as a site triangle waiver, and each of those waivers will be fully explained through our testimony this evening. The property was previously approved for a large multi-use development with residential and retail components pursuant to the underlying zoning that was mentioned, the township of Hanover mixed use and rural development receiving residential zoning district. The project will require outside agency approvals such as NJDOT, County Planning Board, Soil Conservation District, and finance, among others. We have received your professional review letters, and we have provided your planner and engineer with our 25-point responses. There's no objections to the comments in the letters, and we will be providing testimonies requested in the letters and in support of the requested waivers. For our witnesses this evening, we have our project engineer, Dave Fleming, with Marathon Engineering. We also have Brian Troutshire, our traffic engineer with Troutshire Associates. At this time, we'll do this board to have our experts qualified and sworn.
You do one at a time.
Fleming? Mr. Fleming, have you appeared before the board before?
Yes.
But before you do one thing, everyone, the raise your hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Dave Fleming, professional engineer with Marathon Engineering.
Sir?
Brian Troutshire, professional engineer with Troutshire Associates.
Yeah, would you like, Mr. Fleming to give his
Please.
credentials?
From this board, I've been under this board.
Okay,
Your best. Professional engineer in New Jersey since 1987, licensed in New Jersey, several different states. Been practicing since the early 80s, and like I mentioned before, I have both a bachelor and master's degrees from Drexel, and been doing planning and design for many years.
Mr. Fleming, have you appeared before this board before? Were you qualified as an expert at that time?
Yes.
Any motion?
Motion to accept it.
Yeah.
Simple motion.
This is your general engineering, correct?
Civil engineering.
Can I have a motion to accept the engineers?
Mo-
Make a motion to accept the engineer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So, it's a Brian Troutshire, Troutshire Associates. I've been working in transportation engineering since 2016. I've been licensed in the state of New Jersey since the beginning of last year. I'm licensed in other states as well. I've appeared before multiple townships in Gloucester County and across New Jersey. I've also sat as a board professional on 2 boards in the state of New Jersey.
You ever appeared before this board?
I have not.
You qualified for an traffic engineer expert on the other board in New Jersey?
Yes, I will.
Motion?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
We're going to go to our board professionals. And, Get this complete.
Yes, this application can be complete.
So can I have a motion to deem this complete?
Motion for completeness? Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Musa,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Mr. Hessel,
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Kozak,
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien,
Yes.
Mayor Wolf,
Yes.
Mr. Mallory.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we did find out some exhibits for the board in the event that we turn the exhibits around for the public to see during our presentation. You have a packet with the exhibits, it's a regional area photograph, existing conditions, rendered site plans, truck circulation exhibit, and fire truck circulation exhibit.
Did you pre-mark them?
Yes.
I was,
We should have, if not, I will make sure that they all are numbered correctly according to the exhibit list that I provided with Jeff, and I will ensure that they all say.
One, two, three, four.
when you refer to them, just refer to them by the number two for the record.
Okay, they are all numbered X 0001, 2, 3, 4, 5, so we'll just refer to them as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Having back up, Mr. Fleming, step up to the microphone and provide the board and the public with an overview of the site plan application. And he will hopefully answer the questions that were provided to us by your professionals in their review letter, for which they have requested testimony.
I'm going to do it first, just because we have 4 graphics, pre-numbered. I'm going to present them in the order that they're numbered, okay? And we may not sit on them too long, but this first one, this is exhibit.
Sir, would you mind flipping that around for the public?
Sure, sure.
Since we have the copies up here.
Yep, yep.
Maybe over there, like there, this way, let's see.
And the mic also is off, so you can hold it and
Okay.
not be stationary there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bear with me. Okay, I'm going to present the boards, give a brief overview. Okay, first exhibit is really just a general location map. It shows the proximity of the site that we mentioned. Obviously, the frontage of the Black Horse Pike. It's comprised of lot 8401, lots 8, 9, and 10, with a total of 171 acres roughly on those parcels. Ms. Gibbons already indicated that about 96 of those are part of the development in terms of the building locations. So exhibit 1 really just shows that the site is fronted on Black Horse Pike, which will be the point of access. That's northeast. If you look at the plan, I'm showing you the public, Black Horse Pike, angle through it, north would be, that'd be northeast, north is generally up. Just so everybody's- This is the blow up, exhibit 2 is a blow up, of the parcel. You can see again, that the coverage of the parcel was farmed largely, the area of development was largely farmed. There are some areas of woodlands that are gonna be cleared. The area along, the green area, wooded area, along the Black Horse Pike is part of the development when we get to the exhibit. And we're gonna, there's an area of trees on the westerly side that will also be cleared. About total tree clearance is about 35, 36 acres of those areas. But they, again, you see the site plan, it's gonna occupy a lot of where the area is farmed. again, as we move through these exhibits, see how they all fit together. The next exhibit. Exhibit 3. This is an exhibit of the general configuration, the general site plan of the proposed buildings. I'm just gonna take a few moments, not spend a lot of time, but spend a brief moment or two to just describe it, just to orient everybody. Again, exhibit 3 shows the proposed 2 buildings. The top building, building A, is 522,000 square feet. The lower building, building 2, is 1.1 million square feet and change. Total 1.6, we have that number somewhere, but 1.6, so we can do the math, 1.6 and change, a little bit over 1.6 million square feet. Again, all access from this project will be from Black Horse Pike. The predominant access will be the northeast, the northerly corner. You'll see on your exhibit a driveway and a jug and a partial jug handle that will be constructed. We've been working with the DOT for several years now, and that geometry has not changed in those discussions. We would expect subsequently to move through the formal design and permitting, but it's been an active application for several years. And they had seen this, and this geometry is accepted. So the northerly access will have full movement, right in, left out, turning in, has a jug handle. The DOT wanted that jug handle for the potential for not only people turning around on 322, but also any kind of potential future development. It's very conservative design. You've seen it in some other locations. Certainly, again, just for the pure functioning of our site, it's not necessary, but it is necessary by the DOT.
Is that a U-turn?
Well, if you came through the jug handle, you can't go straight across the road right now. So the only movement you could make would be either right or left. It's very conservative, but I just wanted to answer that question, because you might ask why the jug handle. I did. The secondary access is a right in, right out at the easterly edge of the property along the frontage of 322. That will have the opportunity for a decel lane and vehicles coming in the right turn in, and of course the right turn out. And of course, Mr. Shropshire will give us more detail on all the work that we've done with the DOT. But again, all the traffic will be to the highway. The project touched on, the project, obviously we know the project's in the Pinelands. I've been working in the Pinelands for 43 years, since my day one in this business, and of course this one, as the town was involved in the development, this was seen by the Pinelands in the earliest days. First, with the discussions regarding the redevelopment plans, Mr. Kearney's office did, and participated. The Pinelands approved that. Subsequently, the full, a wetland application was made. They approved the wetland delineation, and we have at the lower end of this plan is not really shown. So we can see the 200-foot buffers that we're going to stay away from wetlands. And if we look at the bottom of this particular exhibit, you'll see those parts where it would actually reflect, the 300 feet, the top points and then joining wetlands in the lower half of the site. So subsequently, we then went into the full site plan, drainage design, and that received the certificate, the Pinelands COF. And so, again, been through that process, and that was obviously before we even started with the formal site plan. Now here we are with a preliminary site plan for these 2 buildings. as you look at this plan, and I'll show you the other two exhibits, we have some truck turning and some other things, that would be of concern, and would be designed correctly, but I just want to focus on this plan for a minute. Both of these buildings, the front building, the front building has parking facing the highway. It does not have loading docks. It's loaded on one side, as they discussed in these buildings. So typically, and frankly, I think the modern warehouse, especially the park side, are fairly attractive. And not all metal buildings, the way they designed them is more attractive. And actually, like I said, in this particular instance, the only thing you would see would be car parking. So that's facing highway. We try to do that whenever possible, because naturally, that's more favorable to the public, and all of us are sympathetic to that with people too. So that first building it has parking along the front of the building. The working side of the building is to the rear, and you'll see the dock doors and the maneuvering area, and then of course opposite the dock doors, standard trailer parking that's part of the working end of the building. The larger building, Building B, the 1,110,000 square foot building, that building is doubly loaded, meaning it has dock doors on both sides. And the other thing about this particular building is it's designed currently so it can be bifurcated. You'll see, from a planning standpoint, parking at either end of the building, and actually you could have as many as 4 tenants in here. And again, this is the marketplace. This is this is speculation at this point in time. This is the preliminary approval, but we plan for it to be flexible so that it's marketable. And we're seeing here at this point in the game that's what we have to do. So again.
So could you repeat that? Can you repeat that last part?
The design is for flexibility of the building's use. That makes it more marketable eventually.
Like a data center?
Yeah.
Excuse me, everyone will have a chance to speak.
So I won't answer questions right now, but no,
But speak up.
that's not a data center.
It's just hard to hear you, sir.
So this is a warehouse building. It's designed as a warehouse building. It doesn't have features of data centers, of design data centers. I will point out to the crowd, I've been involved for 43 years. I designed 75 million square feet of industrial manufacturing space, mostly in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. This is not a data center application. Data center application is like I pointed out, this has all the criteria in terms of drainage. So I'll point out a few other features. Building A, you see that angle along the frontage. The closest point is 178 feet from the highway. And then it angles further from that point. The parking spot space, the first corner at the easterly entrance, right in, right out. That corner of the parking is 100 feet off the highway, and then it angles further away. In front of that would be a landscaping in front of a stormwater management facilities that will satisfy both the township, the county, and the criteria. I will touch on, I'll probably get to it in engineer's letters, but, there's a technical variance for parking today. The reality of it is these buildings show, upon reflection, too much office space. The parking space calculations, and we'll talk about it with Mr. Shropshire a little bit more. The ratio for that we calculated to is a little bit less than what the ordinance would permit. I believe, again, when you see these buildings occupied, that generally they're most of these larger buildings, excepting some of these fulfillment centers, are pretty lightly parked compared to the size of the parking fields. But again, you have to provide it, you have to have the room for it, and you have to be able to meet the needs of the ordinance. We'll talk about that in a little more detail. I'm gonna move on to the other exhibits. Just so we, exhibit 4 is a truck circulation exhibit. The engineer and the planners are obviously have reviewed those. That just shows we have enough maneuvering room in, around, and about the site, both around the buildings, in the truck courts. There's nothing about these are modern designs with the modern, dimensions that we have and established for some years. This would accommodate the largest vehicles and the circulation around the building and in and about the working parts of the building are adequate. We've also provided.
What's the deacceleration?
Well, the deacceleration lane would be on the highway.
Truck?
For any vehicle. I probably should.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We're not answering questions.
Yeah, I get it. So, again, the fifth exhibit would be a fire truck circulation exhibit that utilizes the fire truck that's, I believe the township, is consistent with what the township utilizes. And again, like the truck circulation, there's no surprises. Typically, on sites like this, it's quite easy to accommodate both the truck and the fire, the truck circulation, and fire truck circulation. So again, that's just the basic overview of the exhibits, of the site layout, and I think, provides, you with a general sense of the scale of the development.
I got a question. So, is the applicant planning to testify, is there anyone from the applicant planning to testify, or are you answering questions about use and things like that? Users, sorry.
I mean, Mrs. Gibbons and myself could probably answer most of those questions. Again, I consider myself an expert on the topic. This is a spec building, so there is no specific end user, right? It's a preliminary application.
What's the clear height of the building?
That I'd have, that's an architectural question. I think it's going to satisfy the ordinance. I think that's established by the redevelopment plan, so we will not go above the chart that provides that criteria. Maximum height in the building is in accordance with the redevelopment ordinance, which is 60 feet.
Is that how high the building is?
That would be based upon the definition of your height in the ordinance. That wouldn't necessarily be the clear height. Clear height typically is less than that. Inside the building. So a definition in your ordinance typically would measure it on 4 sides. And again, I don't have that right in front of me. But the intent, again, is a preliminary approval. The intent would be to satisfy the ordinance. That would, the vast majority of buildings that I do don't approach that dimension.
So just so the board's clear, this application tonight is for warehousing and distribution use, correct?
Correct.
You don't have any particular user.
No user.
That you're identifying.
That's correct.
So, I want to be clear that if and when you have a user, and each time you have a user, our ordinance, the land development ordinance, in this township, 175-54, states that site plan review and approval shall be required before any new business is commenced at a property, any change of use, any change of tenant, any change of occupancy. So I want to ask a question, make sure you understand it. If and when you get a user for the property, you plan to commence business and put them in, do you understand you have to come back to the board for site plan approval?
Right, and this is preliminary, so we'll be back.
Anyway, for final, but I mean, if and when you, this, you would get final for general use, you know what I'm saying? if and when you have.
No, I understand, and that typically happens anyway, because usually there's certain things that certain people want to see, it's never, it's never, you don't have that provision, almost every agency has their own little things that change the site plan.
So from the board's perspective, are we clear? So when this application, whatever happens with this application tonight, to the extent it gets approved and not approved, eventually when there's a user that is going to be proposed at the site, they would have to come back for site plan approval. And we would be looking at things relative to the prospective user and the user, sorry. Understood? Agreed? Are you finished with your?
Yeah, I'm done.
Any questions?
I just have one question, just to clarify. For the, 322 main entrance where it's right in and right out only, right in and then right out?
That's the secondary, I would call that secondary.
That's the secondary.
You're talking about the one on the easterly side of the.
But my concern is, there's gonna be signs posted, so, because with that, the way the traffic goes, having big trucks coming out, going this way when the cars are coming this way, so,
So that's not, there's no left turn out, I would presume, again, I'm not gonna steal Mr. Schwarzwider's thunder, but I'm gonna presume almost all the trucks are gonna come in the main entrance.
come in the main entrance
Right.
and,
There's gonna be a traffic signal there, it's gonna be easier for them, it's just designed for, that you look as these buildings circulate off of that main drive. And certainly they will leave that. But I'm not gonna presume that.
so you're gonna be installing a new traffic light there.
There's gonna be, I mentioned there's gonna be a traffic signal as part of this project.
Okay, thank you.
This will satisfy the warrants for a traffic signal, and that's been consistent with what the DOT is currently reviewing.
Warehouse A, with the docks in the back.
Yeah,
Approximately how many docks, loading docks? And that's the first one, A.
probably this is my document here.
And then this is the second.
Maybe my other solution. I can count that, but.
Well,
With a light.
Eight.
I mean,
Yes, yes, you see, that's, those groups of 10. Eighty total,
80 total,
80 total.
and probably triple on the back one, correct? B.
If, you consider that, yeah. Not, both sides of it. Both sides of it.
Back,
Yeah.
both sides.
Does anybody else have any questions? Another person to testify?
Yep. I'll leave that back over there.
So, as, Mr. Swami, spoke about, we've been working with DFP on this for multiple years now, starting with the application. Starting,
Hold the mic down.
You can pull the bike out.
Hold it close.
so, as Mr. Fleming spoke to, we began the process with DFP on this multiple years ago. And as part of that process, they laid out the concerns of where our traffic may be going, and we established our study area based on that. And as part of that process, we conducted traffic counts in the vicinity in 2022, 2024, as DOT required more information from us. That established a baseline condition for the roadway network in the vicinity of the site. We then grew the volumes to a projected build out here based on our conversations with DOT. and utilized, NJDOT provided trip generation rates for this specific land use. NJDOT has their own rates that they use, typically we use as street traffic, and transportation engineering rates. The DOT, their permitting system requires us to use their rates, and their rates are more conservative, generally than active rates, especially for this type of use. So based on the NJDOT, trip generation rates during the AM peak hour will generate 702 trips, and during the PM peak hour, 784 trips. And those will be split out between inbound and outbound trips, and they'll be going between the two proposed site access points. As Mr. Fleming discussed, as part of this, we do meet all the traffic signal warrants for the traffic signal proposed in the northern portion of the site. And the design for that, as he stated, has not changed since our initial conversations with DOT. The reason for the jump handle is they want to have us prepare our site in case there's any future development in the future that would require another jump handle on the other side, or any future development that may use this signal on the other side of the state highway. We have dual left turns coming out, we have a left turn lane coming in. Typically, we don't do left turn lanes when there's jump handles involved, but since there's nothing on the other side of the road, DOT is allowing us to do left turn lanes that meet their standards, utilizing the traffic signal here. The secondary access to the east of the site, as Mr. Fleming testified to, right in, right out only, there will be meeting DOT specifications, island there to prevent left turns out there, so it's signage per DOT requirements, to prevent left turns out, so it'll be a right turn in, right turn out, and there's a deceleration lane that meets DOT standards for accessing that driveway for a right turn out, or inbound. When we did the trip generation and had the base conditions on our traffic counts, we then had to determine where those trips were going to be going to and from. To satisfy DOT requirements, we had to use a gravity model, and for this, we used a 10-mile gravity model, which looks at municipalities within a 10-mile radius of our site, and we could look at the population centers within those municipalities and determine where trips would come to and from based on the distance they are from the site. And utilizing that, we gave a trip distribution and overlay the trips that we're generating onto that to create a build condition. And we analyzed the existing with no build, which is the future just with the growth, and then the build conditions utilizing Synchro software, which is capacity analysis software widely accepted in traffic engineering. And in the build conditions, all levels of service are acceptable. Level service C or better at all of our site accesses. All the levels of service and any degradation meets NJDOT degradation standards for delay and are acceptable to DOT. And we are, as Dave spoke to, in the process of working with DOT for this type of application. It's typically a two-step process where we have to get approval of our traffic study and conceptual layout. And then once they approve that, we go on to the fully designed plan for traffic signal and roadway improvements in that area of our frontage. Right now, we're at the tail end, hopefully, at the conceptual phase. So they've pretty much ironed out every issue we've had with any comments they've had on our traffic study and analysis, and they've been okay with everything that we've proposed, and we've met all their standards. Our traffic engineering report, the conclusions from it that we got were that the traffic generated from the proposed site can be accommodated by the adjacent roadway network. There's minimal changes in the operation of the adjacent intersections, acceptable level of services to DOT standards, and there's efficient access to the facility that meets all generally accepted traffic engineering standards, and it will meet NJDOT design standards. We'll be working closely with them as we get into the full design phase of the traffic signal. Just to touch on some of the professional comments, and Dave touched on it as well, the parking spaces provided on the site, I think 763 spaces are provided, and there was a comment raised about our peak hour trip gen being higher than that. That peak hour trip generation is a combination of inbound and outbound trips and trucks also going to the so it's not 700 trips going in parking all those spaces. It's a mixture of people leaving, people coming in, some trucks coming into those loading bays. Also looking at ITE parking demand rates for a use of this size. The parking demand is significantly, the projected parking demand for a building of our size based on ITE parking demand rates is lower than what we're providing. So 646 spaces is what IT says is the peak parking demand for this site. And in my experience with warehouses of this size, that's a conservative estimate. Usually there's more parking spaces than are utilized by warehouses in my experience.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, you were speaking about the traffic coming to and from.
Yeah.
Did you say it was like 700 and something?
It's, in the AM, it's 702 trips, and in the PM, 784 trips.
And so, what's the PM time frame that you're?
So the way that we do the traffic studies is we do our counts during the commuter peak hours. So the AM for a warehouse usually do 6 AM to 9.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the PM, we do 2 PM to 6 PM. We take the peak hour condition that from our counts, and then we overlay those trips onto that peak hour condition, which is an overly conservative way to do it because warehouse operations may have different timing than what the peak of the road is, but we do over conservative analysis and overlay the peak projections onto the peak of what the roadway is today. And if I didn't mention it, we did do ATR counts, automatic traffic reporter counts on 322 in the vicinity of the site to confirm that our traffic counts were done during the peak hour conditions of 322 in the vicinity of the site.
Now, another question. I know it's kind of hard because you don't have a tenant. So if you have like 700 between coming to and from within like that broad range of the day, once they're on 322, is there any anticipation where these trucks are going to go or come from, like the expressway, how they get there, or?
So based on our gravity model, there's a 10-mile radius from the site. The majority of these trips are going to be cars. ITE does do a breakout of percentage of trucks.
So it's not just trucks.
No,
Gotcha.
the 784 PM, which is the highest. ITE, which has trip generation rates for this, the DOT doesn't provide the breakdown of trucks, but ITE has it's about 3% of those are trucks.
Okay.
Based on ITE. So it's not going to be a tremendous amount of truck traffic during those peak hour conditions. And based on our gravity model, the majority of them are going eastbound and westbound on 322, not making any movements off the highway. So it's hard to say like without knowing an end user specifically where they're going to be going to and from, but on our analysis and our conservative analysis, which these trips are conservative analysis, it's going to be majority car traffic going through movements through intersections on 322.
Yeah. Well, one of my personal concerns is just how they're going to get to a highway, like an actual freeway and stuff, because the only two main entrances are either down in Winslow or through Sicklerville Road, which is already congested as it is. And
yeah,
so
the extent of our with our conversation with DOT, they established our study area, and that's based on how many trips we're pushing through intersections in the vicinity of the site, and based on how far away we are from the site. So as we get further away from the site, our impact becomes less and less as trips take left and rights and all that. So within the extended area that we discussed with DOT for intersections that we need to study, we meet or exceed all NJDOT degradation of delay standards. So any impact we have is within their range of acceptable, and if it was anything outside of it, we can mitigate to using traffic signal timing changes or simple adjustments such as that to mitigate any of our impacts.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions? No, I'm waiting for the water professional. Is that your full report? Okay. I was asking if that was our full report.
It's all
Okay. We're here for all the board professionals right now.
As the that are required and requested by the applicant. That is for slope less than 1% of asphalt surfaces and parking areas. The second is from pedestrian scale bollard lighting along walks and at building entrances. The third is for parking, 763 spaces versus 893 required per the redevelopment plan. Four is for utility poles within the site triangle. There are also two other conditions, sidewalk and curbing, which is not being provided along the frontage of the property, but being that this is NJDOT jurisdiction, we are declaring sidewalk and curbing to NJDOT based on their final design approval.
Would you guys, do you think the waivers are good?
Yes, there's nothing close in the area. As far as the remainder of our report, the applicant has acknowledged all areas where we asked for additional testimony, which they have provided. They've also agreed to all the plan changes, plan additions that we have asked for in the application. They've also agreed to provide a tree replacement plan. And they've also agreed to provide the changes needed for the stormwater management review that we have in our report. That concludes my report.
Chris, do you have a report?
Yes, thank you. My report dated October 21st of last year. Quickly go over a few things. So this is part of the Hexa redevelopment area and subject to the Hexa redevelopment plan, where as they've stated, and also what we said is warehousing and distribution centers are permitted as principal uses on the site. In our review, there are no variances required in the application. It satisfies all the use and bulk requirements of that redevelopment zoning, which is essentially zoning law and government of the site. I identified the same design waivers to the extent they're even necessary. The first was Hamlet only here the parking. The redevelopment plan expressly permits that the parking can be required parking can be reduced if the applicant can demonstrate that IT investments due to traffic. Traffic or transportation engineers. Transportation engineers, if their standards are based on the most recent manual, identified that the actual parking demand is less than what the redevelopment plan also, and that's what was in their report, and that appears to be accurate to me. So technically, might not even need a waiver for the parking. The other, I'll ask you to confirm, I believe the plans provided did not show any shields or cutoffs on the light fixtures. Their report that they provided back to us said they will comply with that, so if we can confirm that on the record, we will shield all lights on the site. Okay. Dave didn't have a microphone, but he said yes, so they will provide shield. They discussed everything that I had put in my report. In terms of the planning comments, we had our landscape architects went through and provided about 20 comments or so, requesting changes of species and additional landscaping in certain areas to make sure they're using native species. Their response letter is the plans will be revised per our recommendations for all landscaping comments. Can you confirm that on the record as well?
Yes.
Okay, that's another yes. They will revise their landscaping plans to comply with the recommendations of our landscape architects. I think that essentially covers everything in my report. Again, I have to emphasize, this is a permitted use in this district, and there are no variances required of this application. It's just the few design waivers that may or may not actually be required based on the plan itself. That's essentially all I have to say on this. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions?
Through the chair, he answered my question that it is a permitted use and that they don't need any variances. So my question is that.
Can I get a motion to open it up to public? So moved. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
here's how we're gonna do this, one at a time, you're gonna raise your hand, you're gonna tell me what your name is, you're gonna spell it, and give me your address.
Do you mind if I take this down so that we can see everyone?
Yes.
Counselor's reactions and whatnot. Responses, thoughts.
Sir,
Good evening.
raise your right hand.
My name is Mark Pisovsky. I live at 3235 South Black Horse Pike, Williamstown, New Jersey.
Mark?
I've been living in Williamstown since 1970.
Mark,
You have to be sworn in.
swear in, swear in.
Okay?
You swear or affirm this testimony you're about to give is the truth, and nothing but the truth.
God, yes.
Proceed.
May I ask a direct question? Do these three individuals live in Williamstown? Am I allowed to ask something like
You're
that?
absolutely.
Do you live in Williamstown?
No, I do not.
I do not. I figured so much. Okay. I live directly next door to this proposed warehouse. They said that the warehouse was gonna be 178 feet off of the front of the Black Horse Pike. It's gonna be a little bit closer to my house. Sounds like we're gonna have 60-foot roof on this monstrosity. The number was slightly deflated. The gentleman said that the building would take 96 acres. The building will take 99 acres, and now we have roads and parking and asphalt. Out of 171 acres, I don't know how many will be left after they wipe out the 36 acres of trees and wood, and I like that there's this architectural plan and that they're willing to make some changes on this architectural plan after wiping out 36 acres of the trees that remain there, so that we can plant a few trees and a few bushes. I've read all the documents. It's a couple thousand pages. All right, I stay up late this week because I have to present myself tonight. It isn't a question of, can they do this? It should be a question for the residents of Monroe Township. Should we be doing this? Should we be doing this? When I was younger, I used to go to the Cecil high tension wires, tennis courts. They built like a street hockey rink back there, right? I don't know if any board members have been back there. It's all dilapidated. That's where we need to focus our attention. Not on farmland that has been farmed 5 years ago. I know there's a rumor it hasn't been touched in 10 years. They were farming it. Mike Ferrucci farmed it 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Yes, he did. Exhibit 3, seriously, may I use this for a moment? Thank you. This is egregious. These big blocks are buildings. All right? My house is this teeny little weeny thing right here. All right? This is my house, everybody. This little tiny little area. A little house. Now, I didn't hear anything about the stream that runs on the property. First, before I jump into that, I did have some contact with the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. And they told me that there are no applications for wetlands and pinelands because the board would have to approve it in the preliminary, which kind of contradicts what I heard earlier, that they had the wetland approval. They went out and they marked things for wetland, so I'm a little bit confused on that. Also, there were some excellent questions by the board about routes. What route? Like, okay, they did a traffic study. I read it. They did it in March. I live there. June, July, August, double the cars. People go to the shore. Not everybody takes the expressway. And they drive fast. They come around that corner, they're ripping 80, 85. The motorcycles, 100 miles per hour. But we're going to have all these tractor trailers. You have 304 loading sites, 360 trailer sites, 761 cars. But the gentleman did say that they won't be there at the same time because they're going to be coming in and out, in and out, in and out. Constant traffic. The stormwater management facility that the gentleman was speaking about, I can't really grab a measurement, but it looks like it's over 2 acres of stagnant water sitting along the side of my house. So it'll be full of mosquitoes unless they use pesticides, which will mix in with the noxious chemicals of the diesel trucks. There's an EV charging station nobody talked about. There's an EV charging station on this building, but they didn't bring that up. That will also create particulate matter. PM 2.5 causes lung cancer, heart cancer, cardiovascular disease. Here's the thing, it doesn't just affect me. It's going to affect Yogi Bear Campground. It'll be destroyed. All that stuff's gonna leach into the stream. It goes right to Yogi Bear, then that goes down to Diamond Lake, and it might even go upstream. And I know some people used to live in the lakes on the, I guess, the north side, but this pollution is not just gonna stay on the property in these rocky little sections that they're building. Like, we have to think for ourselves, because these people don't live in Williamstown. I don't know who pays them, but what I heard from these 3 folks, they're not on our side. They are not on our side. I want you to think for yourself. If you vote for this, right? Let's say they get a tenant for 5 years, and I won't get into tax abatement. But what's to say that the building's gonna stay occupied in 5 years, 10 years, 15? And you just destroyed farmland that recharges water. My water comes from underneath the ground there. A lot of people here are getting into their Bible. So I'll be really clear. This application, it's unlawful, it's unsound, it's indefensible, and any approval would be a deliberate violation of your statutory duties under the municipal land use law. You were put in charge to protect us, not for people that don't have the money to come in and make a So the master plan violations. The master plan. Monroe Township master plan is not a suggestion. It is the controlling document that you are legally bound to uphold. It requires farmland preservation. Industrial use only in appropriate zones. And if it did get zoned for that, shame on us. Protection of wetlands and habitat. Safeguarding the existing residential communities. Friendly villages on the other side of this proposed monstrosity. These are the vulnerable people in our community. They're the most vulnerable people. This project violates every single one of those mandates. We can get into the wetlands and the pinelands. Large portions of this site are regulated wetlands, and they fall under the pinelands jurisdiction. And according to Mr. Liaga from the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, they won't even look at an application until this board tonight approves a preliminary hearing. Okay? I can forward the email to each and every one of you. Under state law, these areas are non-disturbance zones. A warehouse of this magnitude cannot meet the statutory thresholds for disturbance. It cannot obtain the required New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection permits. And this board cannot approve development that cannot meet state permitting requirements. I lived there for all these years. I've seen barred owls and I've seen red-headed woodpeckers. People are like, oh, that's real cool and cute. But what's really cool is the barred owl is a threatened species and the red-headed woodpecker is an endangered species, both protected by the state of New Jersey under the Endangered and Non-Endangered Species Conservation Act. Authorizing a project that destroys this habitat constitutes a prohibited take. If you approve this application, you are authorizing a statutory violation, and you will be challenged immediately and aggressively. Public health impacts. A foreseeable, documented, preventable hazard. This facility will guarantee non-stop diesel truck traffic. Non-stop. It's not gonna stop for Christmas, it's not gonna stop for Thanksgiving, it's not gonna stop because it's midnight. Elevated PM 2.5 particulate, nitrous dioxide, NOx, and VOC emissions. VOC is volatile organic compounds, causes cancer. These all cause cancer. 24-hour noise, lighting, and vibration. The ground will be rocking and shaking. These are not speculative impacts, they are inevitable impacts. And under the MLUL, you are required to protect the health, the safety, and the welfare of the residents of Monroe Township. Approving this project would be a direct failure of that duty. We can get into the watershed and the stormwater risks, the permanent damage, the predictable liability. Runoff from this site flows into that stream, which flows into the lakes that's used for public swimming and for recreation. This is also the aquifer, not only for my house, but for all the houses south or east of Friendly Village when the Monroe MUA water stops. Then we can get into Folsom and neighboring towns, because the pollution that Monroe Township, if they approve this, the pollution that Monroe Township caused will bleed into Atlantic County. This implicates New Jersey stormwater rules, the Flood Hazard Act, the Water Pollution Control Act. These are put in place to protect the people of the township. Now, once again, none of these people that represent Hexa, and apparently these three individuals here, they don't live in Williamstown. So they're gonna make money, whether this gets approved or not. But if it gets approved, don't think that these people are here as your friends or for your confidants. The disproportionate harm to the mobile park, right? Friendly Village, Summerfields. They're gonna have the worst impact with the diesel emissions, the noise, the lighting, the vibration, all the traffic hazards. So am I, because I'm actually like less than 200 feet, even with their 50-foot buffer zone into this monstrosity of a lake. This is the textbook definition of a disproportionate burden on a vulnerable community. Approving this project would place this board in direct conflict with New Jersey's environmental justice principles. Please don't let this be about ratables, because the town will continue to flourish and strive without compromising 171 acres of unmolested pure land for a building that, because they really can't give you a straight answer on where these trucks are going or coming from, right? They want to do a data center is my guess. I can't verify that, but the fact that they got this flexible use for the future, data centers, 1 million gallons of water a day they require. I'll have no water. I would have to buy water from Glassboro. So just keep in mind. And this proposal violates the Monroe Township Master Plan. It violates the Municipal Land Use Law. It violates the New Jersey Endangered Species Act. It violates the Freshwater Wetlands Protection Act. It violates the Flood Hazard Area Control Act. It violates New Jersey stormwater rules. It violates the New Jersey Air Pollution Control Act. It violates the Pinelands Protection Act. It violates the New Jersey State Development and Redevelopment Plan. It threatens public health. It destroys protected habitat. It undermines farmland preservation. It endangers regulated water resources. It disproportionately harms vulnerable residents. There is no mitigation, no redesign, and no condition that can render this application legally compliant or environmentally acceptable. The only lawful, ethical, and responsible action is to deny this application in its entirety. Thank you.
State your name and spell your name for the record.
Stanley Kozlowski.
Stanley, you swear or affirm the testimony about to give this board is the truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
What's your address, sir?
My address is 3235, same as Mark. I own that house, he lives in it. Okay? What I found out when I was doing some research, and there's a lot of things I could go over, and I'm not gonna tire time with, I had a lot of things. He summed it up very well, but there's a couple of them that really bothered me. First off, this could never happen, and that's an act of fact. Because on this drawing, we have a setback, a buffer of 50 feet. And I called about this. Okay, the drawing I have is 50. Now, first off, the minimum it can be in Pineland is 100. It can't be 50. It's gotta be 100. But there's even more to it as far as the setback. I started looking up New Jersey regulations. And New Jersey regulations said if it's a million, then it's 300 plus feet for a 1,000,000 square foot warehouse. So now we gotta move 300 feet in. And this house, by the way, where it was pointed out, I have building A here, and I got B here. So I've got them all sides. Okay? And we've got to set it back, and I will refuse to stop legal matters until I get what's required. According to the Pinelands, it deserves 300 feet. And finally, they said in anything that large, the minimum would be 200, but it should be 300. So it's gonna be 250 at least. And that's a lot of ground, and they're gonna have to give it up. And it's not me. These are the requirements by the state of New Jersey. Look it up. So we're having a problem. 50 feet, do you realize 50 feet's halfway to first base from home? You people are almost 50 feet away. I'm gonna have trucks and stuff. And then in the 50 feet, if I use their drawing, I have these drawings too. There's gonna be a water retention center which bounces noise and music off of it. You're not supposed to have that there. You're supposed to have trees, rows of trees. That's what I'm supposed to get. That's what the other people that are nearby are supposed to get. But I'll never settle for less than 250. I'll be in front of you guys, I guess, with them with lawyers for a long time until I die, for sakes. But I found one other thing, which I found really interesting. And this is in what's called the redevelopment and housing law, okay? And if I can get my glasses out of here, I want to go, I had a couple of things I wanted to talk about here, but I'm going to go to one I find very important. And it is the redevelopment of land in Monroe County, okay? I'm looking at section 40A-12A-5, determination of the need for redevelopment. How do we determine the need to redevelop it? So I think it's important for you on the planning to understand how did we determine it. Well, it says here that land is owned by the municipality, the county, the local housing authority, the redevelopment agency, or the redevelopment entity. There's nothing, you can just do that, by the way. Okay? The entity, the redevelopment entity, or unimproved vacant land that has remained so for a period of 10 years prior to the adoption of the resolution, and I want you to really focus on the word and that by the reason of its location, its remoteness, the lack of means of access to the development section or portions of the municipality or the nature of the soil is not likely to be developed.
through any instrumental private capital. So what they're saying here is that land that you just looked at is somewhere remote where it's not easily accessed. So I don't know where that is, but it's not on Black Horse Pike. There's a lot of cars there, and I'll tell you what, we can all get in a truck or a bus and we can go out there and we can access that property quite easily. It's not remote, it's not lack of access, and will private capital want it? I will tell you, this is the worst time to even think about this. Near my house, all I have are developments going up. Housing is real high, you know why? It's called supply and demand. There's not enough supply for the baby boomers and the baby boomer grandchildren and all of the people. You guys have okayed how many? You've got the what is called the Whitehall going, which is Papa Road. You've got two of them there. My house just filled up right in Hunter Woods and the old sand pit. We got all those buildings going. And guess what? They're filling up as they build them. I just said not that long ago, maybe about a year ago, I said to my son, you know, you're eventually going to be moved out of that house because the way they're moving, I guess, I don't know if you guys noticed, you know that property was already okayed for 55 and older? Were you on this board at that time? Okay? Yeah, a builder came and wanted it. And what happened is the market turned down back then. This was like in 09 or somewhere back then. Okay, they came to me and asked to build that house. They wanted to get that almost 2 acres there and put houses on it. So don't say that the private capital won't be interested. I myself already put a call into Papa Road when he's going to finish up over there. Private will be interested. That's valuable turf. We don't need trucks. You can't even get through gates. You can't even get through Sam's Club right now. And God forbid, Washington Township would be killing. There's nowhere for these trucks to go. This should be in Logan. This should be in an industrial park. These trucks got to travel far. They're not going to get on 295 or the turnpike or over the bridge into Pennsylvania or Delaware. They're out here with us in the sticks. It doesn't make sense. They're going to be on highways all over the place, and no one will tell us how many. My office used to be in a warehouse that was only 400,000 square foot. And the trucks were rolling in and out and all these bays they have, they can do 2 or 3 trucks a day. Because they put them on pallets and wheel them in, they can do more. So they could, in theory, you could do 500 trucks, more even. I asked this much, does anyone know what the hours of operation are? Are they like 8 to 7, 8 to 6, or? Does anybody know?
That'll have to be determined.
What is it?
Final planning that will have to be determined after they get a tenant.
Well, that's.
Wherever the tenant is, that'll have to come back in front of this board,
All right,
so
yeah.
it will have to be addressed then.
So I want you to really consider this. First off, you've got to iron out the fact that, oh, and by the way, the property was never vacant for 10 years. Call the owner. In fact, maybe you used to drive by it. There used to be a big sign right on that property, this property. And it used to say, farmland for rental, and the phone number. And it was being used. 4 years ago it was used. 6 years ago they had a big thing. In fact, they had trucks going in and out of it and all this kind of stuff. So he was renting it for people because it's farmland. And people were renting it and farming it and then taking the crops out. So it hasn't been vacant for probably 4 years it's been vacant, I guess. From my best guess, you'd have to call. I don't know if he'd admit it because he's probably selling the land, but we have other people that could verify what I'm saying. That was rented, that property, and that actual people actually used it. They farmed it. So 2 things are wrong with freeing up that land. Number one, it hasn't been vacant for 10 years. And number 2, it's not remote, lacking access to portions of the municipality, etc. And private capital, believe me, we've filled Williamstown up. I'm out there where I'm at, I have all kinds of lands, and we've got all kinds of building going on. And I was surprised that you guys know the buildings that are in the sand pit over by Hunter Woods. You know where I'm talking about? Okay. You go by there right now, they've already put 7 of those up, and they fill up as soon as they move on to the next building. The lights are on and the cars are parked there. That's how fast they're selling. So, believe me, within 5 years, this thing could be hundreds of 55 and older, people that will shop in our community, people that will deal with our community. With that thing, I'll tell you what you're gonna have, there's no doubt about it. You're gonna have buses coming from Camden and other areas for a lot of the workers. Because they even put in there that there are bus routes running there, and that, how many locals is this really gonna hire? How many Williamstown people compared to what it could cause in our neighborhood, as my son mentioned. I've taken enough time. I appreciate your time and what you have to listen. I gotta tell you this one thing now. I thought this was interesting. When I was looking up some things about big warehouses, this popped up on my screen. There's a lot of them, but I thought it was interesting. Hillsborough Township, New Jersey, the planning board unanimously denied the proposal for $543,000. South Brunswick, New Jersey, planning board opposed the industrial rezoning of a 2 million square foot warehouse. Easton, Pennsylvania, this was 2 weeks ago. Easton, Pennsylvania rejects a 1 million square foot warehouse. So I thought, wow, you look up 1 million square foot house and you see everybody saying, we don't need it. And tell you what, we don't need it. This is a great community. I've been here for 50 years. We don't need it. And I'll give you this guarantee. We're gonna get something in that. I'll personally make efforts to try to get in touch with people if I have to. But I would think somebody like Ryan Holmes or Pratt, we've already used most of it up. We still have, we're going down that way now. I mean, ever since Walmart got there, this is where Williamstown's going now. That's the area that we're gonna start developing down there. Thank you so much for your time and how I've helped these people. They let me join my son up here, so thank you so much.
Hi, Kelly Evans.
Swear affirm testimony about the this board, truth, nothing but truth.
On the Winslow Wallach Management Area, I do. 581 Greenbrier Drive, been in Williamstown my entire life. Come at you as a longtime resident, as a local emergency responder, and I'm not representing any agencies up here, I'm just speaking as a first responder, and an avid outdoors woman. First off, I'm shocked that this place isn't filled with cattle. I'm gonna start my timer. Alright, so let's talk about the mention of a potential future jug handle across the street if need be. Directly across the street is the Winslow Fish and Wildlife Management Area, which is a massive protected tract of land that is home to many endangered species, plants, and animals. It is also not meant for development. So how are we looking at a possible potential jug handle across the street on land that is already designated wilderness management area? This is a part of the Pine Barrens watershed. This is the largest tract of naturally occurring groundwater in the Northeast, and we're looking to impede upon that. We're looking to add a massive industrial complex that will disrupt the local wildlife. There's a million people that will speak for the humans, I'm speaking for the animals. We're all residents in this town. We all need to be concerned about what's happening to our community, and not just our fellow humans, but also the wildlife in our community. Have any of you been back to the wilderness management area lately? There's dirt roads you can drive straight through, from the Black Horse Pike all the way to Winslow. You can drive from Piney Hollow to the Black Horse Pike. I encourage you to go out there. 8 minutes from my door, I can be in the middle of nowhere. That's going to be ruined if we build these warehouses. So I'm concerned about the protection of Winslow Wildlife Management Area. 784 additional vehicles. That's 784 additional vehicles approaching Corkery and the Black Horse Pike, which we all know is a disaster zone for accidents. So vehicles are coming to the Black Horse Pike. You're either going to make a left on Corkery to try and cut over to 322, which is going to build congestion into Glassboro, Harrison, Mulligan Hill, Logan. Or they're going to go straight on the Black Horse Pike. Some portion, a large portion of those 784 estimated vehicles will now be in New Brooklyn Road and the Black Horse Pike. They will then progress up at a very slow rate of speed to Sicklerville Road, where either they're going to make the right on Sicklerville or they're going to continue up. As we know, Sicklerville Road has been under construction since August. It's been a just wonderful experience. I cannot imagine the additional traffic that we're gonna get on that road, how dangerous that road will become. The cars that don't make the right, pardon me, the trucks that don't make the right on Sicklerville will proceed forward. They'll now be trying to turn on to Berlin Cross Keys, which again will become very congested, more congested than it already is, and you can't get across Berlin Cross Keys between 2 and 8 p.m. without waiting for 20 minutes. Or they're gonna go into the heart of Washington Township. This is an insane amount of congestion that we're looking at. Unless the vehicular traffic isn't really a concern because the company representing this build is actually looking to push that data center in, then there's no vehicles and they're really not concerned about it, which is a whole other issue. We talk about emergency response times and strain on services. This build area is on the outside or perimeter of our local, meaning all of our emergency response agencies will be coming from Sicklerville or Cecil and downtown Williamstown. There's already enough bad accidents out on this part of the Black Horse Pike due to poor driving and other factors. Now we're going to add in an additional 1,400 to 2,000 vehicles in this area. We will lose lives. We will lose resident lives. You cannot mix 18-wheelers and people zooming through what they consider woodlands and have positive outcomes. And let's face it, we're not going to slow people down in that area. So I worry about response times. I worry about how much more additional services we'll need. Cecil Fire Company, Williamstown Fire Company, do they have adequate fire trucks? Have we funded that? Has this organization looked into making sure that our local fire services, who are all volunteer, by the way, can handle an emergency at these complexes in a timely fashion? Because our mutual aid will be coming from Collins Lakes and Winslow. Everything that was talked about, traffic and all that, they're all speculative because they have no idea who the tenants are. So we can speculate and give the best view, the best projections, the best ideas that we want, and we can be, or we want to hear, we can be fed what we want to hear. Until we know who is residing and operating in these businesses, we really can't tell the impact on our community. Let's talk about water rates. I don't use the minimum 3,000 gallons a month. I still pay a base rate of $67 a month. Washington Township pays around $120 to $130 every 3 months. Our water usage rates are already very high because we don't get our water only from Monroe Township. It's a battle I fought years ago. Any industry that we add to this area is going to increase that utility and the demand put upon that utility, which means we get higher rates. So our water rates will go up. That tract of land is the only bit of land we still have in Monroe Township that is wild, that is untouched. We had that fire a couple years ago and we had our town fair. Where do you think that air came from? It traveled straight up the Trappel Woods, along the Atlantic City Expressway, went into the Herbert Boulevard area, then came out Berlin Cross Keys and traveled the rest of the way through Gloucester County. That air came from the wildlife management area. We have a vast and beautiful network of protected lands back there. We need to protect them. All rivers and creeks, except for the Rancocas, flow east to the Atlantic Ocean. This proposed build site is in the Great Egg Harbor watershed area. All pollution will flow down into Hospitality Creek and continue its way along into our Great Egg Harbor water preserves and into our Atlantic Ocean. These are protected waterlands. These are essential waterlands. I kayak out there every weekend and all summer. We are looking to do a lot of damage to build a couple of buildings and make some prospective people very happy. But at what cost? We're going to hurt our community. We're going to hurt all of our backyards. We all live here. We do not need this in our community. Thank you very much.
How you doing? John Valentine, Valentine's Forum.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, 3524 South Black Horse Pike. I can see this project from my home and from my farm. And thanks to my neighbors, it made it real easy for me up here. I only have one question for you. Will this board vote no? And if you don't,
upon your stipulate upon your approval, this cannot and will not ever be a data center.
Right now, it's only being asked for a distribution warehouse. Anything that is put into that facility has to come in front of this board again, and everything
It
will
shouldn't
have
have
to be
to come in
addressed.
front of the board. This is what happened in Vineland. We don't want a data center here.
Anything that they want to put there will have to come in front of this board, whether it's a data center or anything. And anything that's going to be put in there, anybody that wants to occupy this facility.
So you will not stipulate upon your approval, this cannot and will not be a data center.
No.
Wow. You see where it's going, right? Yeah. So, I'll let the rest of our, leader take over this.
All are well, good.
All the animals are gonna be gone. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Joanne Bortone, 52 Perry Lane Court, Williamstown.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the board is true?
I do. I support what my neighbors have said, particularly about the impact on the environment. I too kayak on the Great Bay Harbor River, one of the five wild rivers in New Jersey, the entire state of New Jersey. So this project empties out of Hospitality Creek to Lake Lenape. It goes all the way down to the Atlantic Ocean to the Great Egg Harbor. It's going to have a major environmental impact. The water use on the Kirkland-Cohansey aquifer, that aquifer feeds water not just to Monroe Township, but all of the Pinelands, all of the communities, Burlington, Salem, Gloucester County. I mean, and the aquifer is not that deep. The aquifer supplies water. It also filters the water. It makes our South Jersey ocean waters clean. I don't know if you knew the impact of that. That the white cedar swamps and the sphagnum moss in the white cedar makes our ocean waters as clean as they are. If you go to Central Jersey Shore, North Jersey Shore, it's not as clean as South Jersey. And that's because of what the aquifer does. All right, I want to get to something practical that nobody has brought up yet. Why build this? The Hexa Corporation is building this on speculation. They have no tenants. They can't guarantee any particular type of tenants. According to New Jersey Spotlight News in 2024, this is the latest data I was able to get, there is an 11% vacancy rate of warehouses in South Jersey and the greater Philadelphia area. If you go to Vineland, if you go to Swedesboro, if you go to Piles Grove, and I drive around there because I kayak in a lot of different places and hike in a lot of different places, you will see empty warehouse after empty warehouse with big for rent signs on them. So why are we building this monstrosity in our communities without even a tenant, without even an idea that there's going to be any income, any jobs, any benefit to this community? The vacancy rate in warehouses is just increasing. As the pandemic has kind of settled down, there was a spurt of growth and now it's declining again. So the use of warehouses is not, I mean, especially on speculation. And I challenge this board to really think about that and why build this? Why do we need this monstrosity? And it is a monstrosity. I know what you said about how trying to make it attractive, but if you've driven by these warehouses and distribution centers in South Jersey, they're not attractive. They're just these big, huge concrete buildings with parking lots and, truck places. So, I don't know. Just, I ask you to really think about why we need this. Thank you.
My name is Mark Reether. I live at 11 Lackaberry Lane in Williamstown.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the board is the truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. So I've lived at my current address since 2004, so it's 22 years. And two of my properties border the Hospitality Creek. When I saw the potential use of this property, and just as an aside, I've been in the environmental field for almost 40 years. So my heart, my knowledge base comes from an environmental field. In fact, I run a business called South Jersey Water Test. I'm very familiar with water quality,
the wells down that end of town. But one of the things that I really wanted to get across was the fact that that's what makes Monroe Township, Williamstown special, that there is an area that's not Washington Township, you know? And I really have to agree with everything that's been said. Things that, most of my thoughts that I wanted to discuss were already spoken about. I want to agree with everything. There's nothing that's been said. But from an environmental standpoint, there's no way that this project is going to be good for the environment. It really won't be. And it won't be in 2 years or 5 years. This is, I'm talking 20 years. I probably won't even be alive when the impacts of this will be seen. In the first place is Hospitality Creek Campground. As was mentioned here, people swim there. That's a recreational, that's a beautiful lake. Since I own 2 properties on Hospitality Creek, they do stream studies of the Hospitality Creek. One day they were in there, it was like 3 biologists rooting around for benthic organisms. And I stood on the bridge of Piney Hollow Road while they were in the water on Hospitality Creek, and that's my home. That's right where I live. And I said to them, hey, how's it look? I don't know. I'm a biologist by science degree. And they were like, this stream is alive. We go to a lot of streams. This is a group that does studies of streams throughout South Jersey. Off the top of my head, I don't remember the name of who commissions them, but it's through Pinelands, it's through the Atlantic County Utilities Authority is one of the participating parties. But they said to me that this stream is alive. We go to so many places looking for benthic organisms are the ones that tell you the vitality of a stream, not water quality. Water quality provides the ability for these organisms to live, these fish, these different species. It's clogged. This section that I'm speaking of has got a lot of downfalls and things like that. But it is a beautiful waterway. And all I see with this project, and like I said, I won't be around to witness it, but this is contamination that's flowing downstream. And really, when I think about why would we do this? This is like so ugly for this town to be even considering this. This is not what, this type of facility needs to be in Logan Township. It needs to have access to 295, the express, not the expressway, the turnpike. This is a remote area. There is nothing that I can see good about this short of, now watch, the tax revenue. Like I have sit here and said, well, geez, how much tax revenue would this bring? Well, I think there's a whole lot better ways to find tax revenue than letting this monstrosity, people that don't even live here, that they're only in it for the financial gain of it all. So the best thing I could say is the easiest and best thing to do, it seems like a lot of money has been spent. A lot of professionals have given their summaries and overviews, and great, it meets all the, application guidelines and all that stuff. That, in my opinion, should mean nothing. This doesn't belong where they want to put it. I'm not saying they can't find another place, but the best thing that this group should do is just nip this one in the bud and move on. Let's let this property, 172 acres of farmland, it's filtering rainwater. I'm just so concerned about the environmental impact. So many other things. I had a bunch of notes here. Most of them were already touched on. Mark hit on a lot of things. But the best thing to do is just nix this thing in the bud and let's move on as a township. Thank you.
Mark, since you've ready, I just want to get behind him since he hasn't got a chance to speak yet.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. State your name for the record, please.
Ryan Kruger,
Address?
1311 13th Street, Folsom, New Jersey.
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give this board is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I did. So I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey, licensed in good standing. I am just here as a resident tonight, not on behalf of any company. So I live downstream of this site. I live off of the Hospitality Creek in Folsom. I don't know if y'all remember this, but when Hurricane Sandy came through, it blew out all the dams in College Lakes. This had a huge impact on that community. There were canoes stuck in trees that had pictures of them. So, and that's really the chief concern here, from my perspective. It's safety. That, you know, I have designed warehouse developments in the past, and I've also reviewed them. And I haven't had a chance to take a detailed review of this site, but just from the review I've been able to do in the last hour, I have several questions that call a lot of these things into doubt. So, I guess these questions are mostly directed at the professionals on either side, but. So, my first question is this development following the green infrastructure rules in the state of New Jersey?
Who are we directing that to?
Either the board or the applicant's professionals?
Yes, it's following the current stormwater management rules.
If that's true, then it must have green infrastructure basins. Like, put this up here. So, under the New Jersey DEP's definition of green infrastructure, basins that are next to each other are not green infrastructure. They're not spreading out the water. All they did was build berms through bigger basins, which is exactly what you're not
Excuse me,
doing.
just so we know, what did you put up, what number?
What number in the bottom
Number
corner?
bottom corner,
Number 4.
just so we're.
Thank you, number 4.
Thank you.
I'll think about it.
My second question is this following the inline flood protection? Is this development following the inland flood protection rules? Does nobody here even know what they are?
Yeah, I believe so.
Do you know that the inland flood protection rules have almost double the stormwater that you're required to model and pass through your basins than the previous rules? And the reason is because we've had incredible flood impacts in all of New Jersey in the last several years, and they've been getting worse. So, and they're required to follow them. It's not optional. My next question is the site situated in K5 soils?
Yes.
Would the professionals like to address that? You don't know? You don't know what the soils map is? That's a pretty basic thing for development.
So on your report, sir, so, you know,
Unfortunately, I haven't gotten a copy of that.
well, it's not in the public record, so I'm not gonna answer any more questions, but before that.
Okay. All right, so I'm pretty sure this site is in K5, so it was just based on its the way it's situated on the landscape next to the river. In Pinelands, in order to have a compliant stormwater design in K5 soils, you need to have pretreatment with bioretention basins before you infiltrate it into the ground, which is not in this design at all, which would require completely redesigning the entire site. So my next question is, what's the elevation difference between the emergency spillway and the invert of the discharge pipe in the basins at the southwest end of the site?
Who are you directing that question to?
Or
There's four.
the applicant's engineer.
There's four of them, okay, be specific, so.
The applicant's engineer.
If you mind, Diane, I just want to make some general statements, sir, if you don't mind. Okay, so, I'm just gonna try to provide information, I know it's not maybe popular. So this project satisfies all the criteria that this gentleman has brought not, it's all the current DEP storms. It's been approved by the Pinelands, 85 test bits, and all the soil logs were provided on the plans, and the engineer for the.
You guys couldn't even answer his first
And the
question.
Pinelands have looked at that, sure, this is my answer. So all that data, the elevations of all the basins, the criteria that are required to be satisfied are all in the documents. There's a lot of documents, sir. I don't think we're gonna do the review. I don't know how many hours, we spent designing that.
Basic question.
It's not a basic question, it's in the documents. And there's a lot of calculations in the documents that go
It's
through.
not calculations.
One at a time, please.
No.
For the record, please,
Thank you
one
for
at a
your
time
time.
speaking.
Thank you.
So I have the plans right here, I just can't read the numbers off of them because it's too small. So from what I can read off of it, the top of the basin elevation is I believe it says 107, and the pipe coming out at the far southern corner is 101. So that's a 6-foot difference. That makes this a dam. This entire thing is a dam, according to the New Jersey dam safety rules. It's not any, I don't see anything in here on it being a dam. And you know why we regulate safety in dams? It's because dams fail, and when they do, send water downstream. In this case, it's gonna send water downstream into another dam, which can then blow out into the next dam, all the way through my town, and potentially all the way to the Egg Harbor. And for that matter, the Great Egg Harbor River is a national scenic river. It's regulated by the National Park Service. I mean, besides all that, which I certainly haven't gotten any adequate answers to, I'd like to know what was the justification used for the redevelopment plan for the site?
Mr. Board, can't answer that, it's after the council level, you show up and ask them that.
Okay. All right, well, in that case, oh, actually, there is one more thing I wanted to say. I wanted just one clarification. I heard that there was a parking variance involved here, is that correct? That I seem to recall hearing that.
Technically a design waiver rather than a variance because it comes in the design standard section of the township code rather than the zoning section. But the redevelopment plan which governs here specified a certain amount of parking spaces and or if an applicant can demonstrate that they meet ITE trip generation standards for parking demand, then that's what would govern it. The traffic report provided by Shropshire shows a certain amount of parking demand and they're exceeding that. So technically speaking, they don't need a waiver for parking because they meet the redevelopment plan.
So is this a by right development?
Essentially, yes.
So, I mean,
By township zoning, by the redevelopment plan, yes. They meet all the criteria for a redevelopment plan.
okay. So, here's the thing. All of these regulations I just described for stormwater, it's gonna make you completely redesign this. And it's going to pretty much force you to shrink these buildings down. So you don't even know what you're approving tonight. That's not a complete application. That's all I have to say, and I hope everyone in this town has a good night.
There's a smart engineer in here than the ones you're trying to hire. Good.
Hello.
There. Raise your hand. State your name.
Joan Baines, 3236 Jackson Road.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us board is the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay.
Very simple. I live in Williamstown on Jackson Road, and we have well water. Where I live isn't, unfortunately, it's better off than a person that lives right where they're gonna build this thing. But we will be impacted by
Anyone who has well water, that's a resident that lives in this area, is gonna be impacted by this huge development. It should be somewhere in an industrial area, somewhere more suitable. This is not a suitable location. That's all I have to say. Please consider that. Thank you.
Lynn Creelman, 100 Mayflower Lane, Collins Links.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give this board the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Proceed.
So, I guess the biggest thing I have sat here and listened to, I just found out about this today. And I felt so compelled to come to meet everybody here because my family is from Vineland. And I would like to know, is Hexa financing this entire building on their own? Or are they also having other financial people invested in this? Is what a question you should all be asking as well to them. As councilmen and our mayor, because Mayor Finucci, I know, has some serious issues in Vineland right now, because that setting was not told to the public either. They were told that they were getting a Mike Trout golf course, and then they were told they were getting a 9-hole golf course for the public. That 9-hole golf course now doesn't exist. And now there's an AI data center there. And now the public is furious, which is mostly what I'm thinking you all should be thinking right now, because I don't think there's one person behind me, except for the professionals, that is in agreement with what is possibly happening tonight. So, I want you to think about what is really the goal. Would you all invest your money in an unknown company that may or may not produce for you? It's kind of like saying, would I put my money in an IRA when I have no guarantees, or I might just purposely lose my money when you've got nothing? Would any of you do that? Well, if you'd say yes to that, then I have questioned your presence on this board, because I wouldn't do it. Why would anybody? Why would they? Or is it because? When the gentleman talked about the amount of truck bays, he also said that it was 3% of traffic would be trucks. That equals 2.4 trucks. Does that make sense? Or is that because there's something else going on here? That's truly my concern. And I don't know, I like to consider myself an intelligent person, but I don't like to be taken advantage of. And I don't like to be tricked either. And that's kind of like what I feel is happening here. And as for the previous gentlemen, when that flood did come through, we lost our whole downstairs because we are downstream. And we had to have FEMA come out to help us rebuild. So everything that's been presented tonight is valid. It's not something that you can just whisk away. And due diligence. Before you even, why would you even consider saying yes now? They need to do more homework and prove to you that they're worth coming here. This community is valuable. Your surrounding communities are valuable. Where do you think? I have nothing in my community. Where do I come shopping? To you. Where do I do everything? Here. We matter to you. You represent us. And not one person in here wants you to do this. So why you would even consider at this point, this needs to be denied. They need to admit it, and let's ask who really is financing it. What is the real? If they could tell you for sure, without the stipulation question mark of, well, maybe we already put in there a possible clause, a get out of jail free clause, that we're going to do a bait and switch on you, just like they did in Vineland. That's the concern. We don't forget. I am done being that person ever, that I will not remember each and every person that's sitting up on this board and the mayor about your choices tonight, because you really need to think hard. No one here wants you to do it, so why would you vote yes now? If they could come and say, this is what we're doing, this is the tenant, this is what will happen, that's different, but that's not what you have here. Thank you.
My name is Mark Pizzotsky. Do I need to be sworn in again? Am I allowed to ask questions freely to the board?
Sure.
And to the mayor?
You're on the board.
Okay. Do you guys remember approving any additional uses to Hexa Builders in 2024? Specifically approved data center operations as an additional use? Do you remember that?
I wasn't here that night.
You weren't here that night? Oh, yeah.
I don't particularly remember, no.
You don't remember?
No.
Does anybody remember doing this approval? Because you did. Mr. Wolf? Mr. Mayor Greg Wolf?
Are you referring to the redevelopment plan?
No, I'm talking about use as a data center. Mr. Wolf, do you remember talking to the Courier Post on March 11, 2024, and stating that Hexa Builders submitted a water use request that the Township Municipal Utilities Authority approved at a special meeting on March 1, 2024? The company wants access to 1.4 million gallons per day. 1.4 million gallons per day is not for a warehouse. It's got trucks coming in and out. It's gonna be a data center.
So, Mr. Brzezowski, if I can address the.
Yes, please do.
4 million gallons a day. So initially, when this project kicked off, prior to my arrival here as mayor, but when it kicked off, there was some discussions in marketing, and there was a possible tenant that we don't know who the tenant was because they would not identify themselves for whatever reason. It was a bottling company.
Wasn't Harrison?
And they needed 1.4 million gallons of water per day. They needed to discharge approximately 300,000 gallons of water per day, meaning the 1.1 million gallons of water was most likely going into a bottle of some sort, flavoring it, whatever that might have been. That's neither here nor there. The MUA received a submittal from Hexa project, and the MUA approved that they could supply the 1.4 million gallons per day up to it. Now, with that being said, the plan would be, obviously, we cannot drill another well. That would need DEP approval and all that, which takes many years to accomplish that. But there is an avenue to purchase water through another township, through another vendor, such as an American Water and things like that. So that water would not necessarily be coming from our MUA pumps, it would be coming from outside and being pumped in. With that being said, I believe that bottling company is no longer a possible tenant. However, for marketing purposes, because they know they can get 1.4, they will still market it that way. So I hope that answers your question about the 1.4.
Does Hexa still have the approval for 1.4 million gallons per day? Does Hexa right now, at this moment, still have an approval from the MUA for 1.4 million gallons of water daily?
Yes, I believe so.
Right. So that's, okay. Will be a data center.
Nice trick.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give this board is the truth, nothing but the truth. Speak into the mic if you can.
They obtained an inconsistent certificate of film. I'm sorry, Judy, we can't hear you.
You can take that mic out.
They obtained a inconsistent certificate of filling, indicate they can proceed to the board for approvals. Highland indicate that he advocate for public water and sewer service. If they extend to the service to the area, I might be required to connect, resulting in cost of several $1,000s and continue monthly fee. That developers should assume the cost, as I do not want and I can afford additional cost expenses, which is direct consequences of the proposal development. Sorry.
Furthermore, the proposal of 22.75 billion credits with a minimum value of 1.5 million is mandatory. We have secured all request permits from the township. The planning commission has stipulated that our commercial business must be designated in a occupation means in home occupation, rather than being a permit a commercial zone. This section is being prior to the acquisition of PDCS. This situation highlighted concerns regarding the commission ability to protect and preserve the land, as it sees that a substantive development can be occurs if sufficient financial resources are available. In contrast, our small business is encouraged difficulties, despite following all regulation requirements and obtain as necessary township's approval and permits. I have some concerns regarding the potential need to connect the public water and sewer. It will be informed again of final approval and verify if they require a closing certificate of final water and sewer approval before the approval with the final approval. If you guys will inform us for the final approval, for the certificate of final for water and sewer for the end, there will be any certification. I think they should send a notice, since there are so many approvals still open, like Highlands and MMUA.
Would anybody else like to speak?
My name is Johanna Thompson. I live at 2745 South Black Horse Pike.
You swear to affirm the testimony about to give this board is the truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yeah.
My question is this. If the 1.4 million gallons of water is still on the, can still be used, is our MUA qualified to, or we gotta go through American Water to produce this amount of water?
Again, the MUA gets allocated, and I can't speak to what the MUA, all the regulations are, I'm the expert by any means with the MUA. And they probably answer, better than I could. From my understanding, the township takes an allocation of water, X amount of millions of gallons per day, or whatever it is. We're allowed to produce that. Each well produces X amount. With the ask of 1.4 million gallons, our MUA would not be able to handle that.
Right.
However, it would be purchased from an adjoining town that utilizes American Water, and that water would come from there. There is, I can tell you already, we already do this, I believe, and don't quote me on the number again, to verify with the MUA, but I believe we already purchased about 500,000 gallons per day from a previous, project many years ago that went to litigation, and the MUA, was ordered to purchase 500,000 gallons I believe it's per day, from that. So there is already infrastructure from Glassboro into Monroe Township. It comes in right around 322 on Frismo Road, where the pass-through comes.
So that's gonna bring the cost of people who use the MUA, their water bill up.
No, I would say no, because it would be passed on to the company that would be using the 1.4 million gallons of water, not the residents.
Because I have a certificate of filing here in 2024, it says the application proposes the installation of public sanitary, sewer, and water mains within the Route 322 right of way.
Correct, and typically the way that works is there's a developer's agreement with the developer, and the developer would pay the cost of all the infrastructure.
Because
So-
I have well water, and
So-
I am not gonna be forced to do MUA water.
And I believe that would be your option, not to, again, I'm not.
I don't understand what the option, I did go to the MUA today, no one knew anything about this.
Well, again, I don't know who you spoke to at the MUA, but
Right.
there was, and I don't know what the form is, but it's a form that the developer had to fill out to request that. And again, I think the gentleman spoke on it earlier, that it was approved by the MUA, for 1.4 million gallons for that allocation. Now, again, keep in mind, it's not really the MUA that is producing that water. It would be an outside vendor that would be basically shipping the water through the piping system.
Right, I'm still waiting for Mr. Costello to call me back. He was obviously too busy and when he didn't know anything about it, so that's a scary thing to do.
Well, again, as I think somebody testified back in 2024, the MUA was presented with that, and again, I don't think it's a big list for the MUA, simply because we already tapped into the glass chart system, and we already received about 500,000 gallons, I believe, per day, that we already are billed for. So again, I don't believe that the water rates would increase because the developer would incur those costs, not the residents.
So if Hexa does get approved, which I hope it doesn't, they wouldn't have to build their own wells or,
So I believe the way they work, they have to be approved by the DEP. And it's a lengthy process even for our MUA to get that done. And again, I don't know if that would even be approved by the DEP, and therefore that's why they have to purchase it from another area.
right, well, I hope we have very good people here today, and I just hope you guys, you're our speaker, you're our people. And I just hope you take what they had to say seriously and ratables, we can find something else. We don't need that for a ratable. And how much our taxes go up all the time, so I'm not sure whether, what's it gonna do for us. But thank you, and I hope you take into consideration what everyone said. Thank you.
Chair, before the next speaker, I want to ask Mr. Fleming a question. Sure. If you mind coming. Do you know what form approval you are with the MUA currently?
We're
There's
Form
different
A.
levels.
We're Form A.
Feasibility only.
Yeah, this project, as we're here tonight, does require maybe 50,000 gallons per day, and besides warehouse. Warehouse is going to use that much water. There was a water bottling plant.
So there
There was a water bottling plant that was just sited in South Philly, not here. Then we were in New Jersey. They were looking all over the place. Right now, yes, there's Form A that if somebody needed a lot of water.
So,
there's
thank
a
you.
lot of-
So currently, their approval with the MUA is at the beginning stage Form A, which is feasibility only. They have 2 or 3 more stages to go with the MUA based on what tenant would come before them. So they may have rights feasibly for 1.4 million, but they're not down the line with further approvals yet.
Kimberly Pazanski, 3235 South Black Horse Pike.
You swear to affirm the testimony about to give this board is the truth?
Certainly not. Good evening. I apologize for my voice getting over a little cold. So I am here tonight with my family. I can't speak for all the other residents that are here. I don't want to be here. We don't want to be here. We don't want to have to take the time out of our lives to come here and fight this. This is in our backyard. My young son, Maximilian, is just as concerned as we are because this is his backyard. You all are elected officials here to serve the people. Unfortunately, I think it can be commonplace sometimes in politics where politicians lose sight of serving the people and in the end serve themselves. I hope that is not the case here. You're here to serve these people. Every single person that has come here, I hope you're hearing them. I hope you're concerned. I hope that you're considering if this was in your backyard, you would be in the same position we're in, right here. We are completely vulnerable to this board that has been elected by these people. So many good points have been made tonight, and my question as just a simple common citizen is why? Why? Why would you approve this? I'm someone that, I love New Jersey. A lot of people complain about New Jersey. I love our state. I really do. I love South Jersey. I think it's beautiful. I love our farmlands. I love driving down 322, seeing all the beautiful blueberry farms, and that's open. We live right next to that farm. Yes, we walk that farm. He rides his bike there. We do. It's beautiful, and we love it. Now, I've been in this town since I was 3 years old. We will be forced to move because of all of the points that have been made, all of the pollution, We're not gonna live 50 feet from whatever this is supposed to be. All the mosquitoes, all the excellent points that my husband brought up, I do not want to move. I don't know if you on this board have been in this town your whole lives, as I have, but I've lived here my whole life. I don't want to move. My husband built our home with his bare hands. I love it. It's not much. It's a 2-bedroom house. It's nothing, probably smaller than every single one of your homes on this board. But we love it. It's ours. And this is going up 50 feet from where we live. I don't even know if some of you are paying attention. Your eyes are down, you're in your phones. I don't know. I hope you're hearing what these people are saying. We are here because we do not want this. It should be so simple. If you're an elected official to serve the people, listen to your people. They're here. They don't want this. These people don't live here.
The only elected people on this board is myself as mayor and Ms. Fox, who is a councilwoman.
Okay, so then my question would be, are you all here to serve the people? Okay. Okay, so if you are elected or not, the intent is, and a question to ask each one of yourselves, am I sitting on this board with your time? Our time here on this earth is very, very short. So you all have decided to give a lot of your time to this board in this township. So the question to ask yourselves is, why am I doing this? Am I doing this to serve myself or to serve the residents of this community? Well, all the residents are here. So in my little mind, it's pretty simple. No one wants this. Why would this be any debate whatsoever? It should be very, very simple. Unless there's greed or self involved, then it gets complicated. Greed always makes things complicated. So I will close with this. Timothy Kernan, the board engineer, he said on March 7th at the planning board meeting that this property showed significant wetlands. We've had the EPA for the barred owl that my husband, we hear it every night. It's an owl that actually barks. You can look it up. We hear it as we're in our bed sleeping. We hear it. It's there. It's an endangered species. I'm sure there's been some approvals that have said, you know, it's okay, we can still build there, and we'll lose it. We'll lose that. So again, my petition is very simple. I don't have all the facts that all these wonderful people have presented, but I'm just coming to you as a resident. My whole life I have been here. I do not want to move. I ask you, please, do your job. Listen to these people. We don't want to have to take the time to come out, do all this. You have these talks. We have lives to live too. Please, hear these people. No one wants this. It's very, very simple. Thank you.
Raise your right hand.
Sorry. I just really wanted to kind of conclude with how will this project serve the residents of Williamstown? Pretty much regurgitating what was just spoken about. I just cannot see how this can serve the residents of Williamstown in any form or fashion. All the revenue leaves, you know, and ultimately I would suggest that what we should do, assuming you can just nix this one and move on, is see about preserving that space. I mean, we do that, or it's done in other towns, municipalities, etc. Find a way through grants, state funding, I don't know, but you know, we're looking at 172 acres of, you know, someone said one of the larger tracts, maybe the largest tract in Monroe Township, contiguous or whatever. Try to find a way to save it, and you know, we build some baseball fields on it or football fields or whatever. That will help that end of town. You know, it's a rural setting and it should stay a rural setting. Thank you.
Amanda Stone, 967 North Beecham.
You swear that your testimony tonight will be true and nothing but truth? I'm sorry, repeat your last name and spell, please.
Cerrone, Cerrone.
Thank you.
I'm not an engineer, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not on the board, I'm just a Williamstown resident, I'm a Williamstown mother, I'm a Williamstown wife, I'm a Williamstown daughter. I've heard everything here today, and what incredibly shocks me and is making me incredibly alarmed is the absolute disregard for the health of your constituents. This sounds like some serious health concerns. I get you don't live here, I get it's not your concern, but it is my concern, it is my 4 children's concern, it is my father-in-law's granddaughter's concern, okay? You're talking about contaminating our water. That's huge. You're talking about flooding, and we've all seen the flooding over the last few years. Now you're talking about flooding a dam into a dam into a dam, and at what point does that burst? You know, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to absorb all of this information, and I'm trying to handle all of this, because it is true. We've kind of all just heard about this. You know, we had to go, my husband and I had to go digging for this information, and it wasn't really until it was posted, like yesterday, on Williamstown Facebook page, that there was even going to be a meeting about it. That I find alarming. But my whole point is that why are you here if you don't care about the health of your constituents? Mr. Mayor, that is a direct way to lose votes. You don't talk about us. We put you here to represent us. We put you here to care about our safety, to care about the safety of the children, to care about the safety of everybody here. You know, this thing is hideous. It's ugly. I'm sorry, that is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. When it comes down to Williamstown Wetlands or this place, Williamstown Wetlands has my vote hands down. This is it. You can't even give us proper information. You came here today to try and tell us what this whole thing is, and you basically are kind of like, oh, stop in public. Isn't that what you're doing? Like, I've never been so, like, you have absolutely no information for us. You have somebody who's not even part of your team come up here and basically ask you what are supposedly simple, basic questions, and you shrug your shoulders. And the majority of you are up here chewing your gum, rolling your eyes, just kind of not paying attention. This is serious. And I'm telling you right now, with all due respect, you're going to lose votes.
Swear affirm testimony that the scores the truth and nothing but the truth.
I sure do.
State your name.
Fernando Powers, and I'm 717 Beat Court. And I'm just taking a look at this, and that's pretty big. Oh, I'm taking a look at that picture, and that's pretty big, that layout. I'm not sure if y'all aware, but in South Jersey, one of the reasons why we're the Garden State is because it creates, it has a natural enzyme that comes up from the soil bottom up, unlike any other location across the United States. And if you plant this big cement slab on top of that, we're not going to have that ability to grow food or protect. I mean, like, this is taking up land that the farmers could be using. I mean, I'm not sure exactly, you know, how this is going to fare with that much concrete taken over, but once you put it in there, it's there for a long time. It's not just for a few years. It's going to be, I don't know, how long will you guys plan on keeping this? The soil, I mean, this concrete slab. How long? No answers. Because once you have that there, it's going to be permanent, and you can't. Once you take that, you can't get it back. And again, the soil that we have here is not the same as you get anywhere else in the United States. That's why we are unique. We can have certain fruits or vegetables grow here, unlike other places. So, and then on top of that, yeah, you have the misplacement of these animals, like that owl that was just spoke about. You know, once you displace them, you know, you may not get them back. Yeah, the eagles. You know, when you have some eagles, what are you, I mean, like, what is the, I guess, one of the questions I want to ask is, what are the studies on
these, displacement of, the critters and all, with all this cement, I mean, that's a lot of cement. What are you looking in the future on how to handle that? What kind of wastes? Then you spoke about water, about, the bottling company in South Philly. When I used to walk to that, if it's the same one, Coca-Cola, I'm not sure if I've seen them have a situation where they gotta dump a lot of water out back into, this, however they plan on doing it. They bottle it and they, it goes out as a product. Also, looking at this, there was a few other things I wanted to ask, but overall, it's just once you do this, it's going to be permanent. It's not going to be something that that you can just easily just take up and move again. So, and the other thing is the water company, American Water Company. It's a foreign-owned company, and they own their water comes from the river, and so yeah, we have to buy. I think if I'm correct, we have to buy so much water from them, and while the rest of the water that's aquifers that we have here in South Jersey, the water's going up to North Jersey. So why should we be, helping out, the American water companies and all this here that's going on? I mean, this is, again, you take that soil, you can't get it back. That's it. Once you're committed, and that's all I got to say. Think about it, because again, the soil here is not the same as anywhere. It has an enzyme that historically just keeps coming through up, and that's why we have the plants that we have. We grow the things that we can here in South Jersey. Without it, that's it. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Swear affirm the testimony about you supports the truth and nothing but the truth. State your name.
Linda Pizzazzi.
Brandon.
I am, my husband and I, and Mark, 3235 Blackbirds Park. I just have one thing that I want to say, that the fact that you are considering allowing this in our town and not even knowing what's actually going in it, and then decide later, oh, you have to all come back and you have to apply for whatever it is you want. That makes no sense to me. That makes absolutely no sense. From the very get-go, they're saying they don't know what's going in it. And what's the point of having it? And again, you've heard everyone here. No one wants this. And the fact is, you do work for us. You represent us. And you are supposed to listen to what we, the people, want in this township. And I don't understand. Can any of you even...
That's right.
Yeah, you.
Excuse me, let her speak, please.
Can any of you honestly say that it's okay, we're building it, but we don't know what's going in it? And you feel comfortable with that? I mean, this might sound like a stupid question, but I've been sitting here all night and listening to, whatever they decide to put in, they have to come back in and they have to be approved. Well, why approve it in the first place? What is the reason that you even think of approving this? And like they said, it is ugly. This is not our town. And my mom and dad, they owned that house. That's how long I go back. The house that my son lives in was owned by my parents. And my brothers, we all wanted to keep it in the family. So Mark and Kim and Max live there. This goes way back. And I just want to thank you for that. And I want you to think, I didn't get an answer. Does anyone have an answer for why You are considering this application and not even knowing what's going in it? Does any of you?
So, Ms. Kozlowski, I can comment on that. So, we have an obligation as the planning board to entertain the application that is before us this evening for a warehouse and distribution center. Typically, in the business world, that they are trying to market the place. A lot of these places, a lot of developers come in and they don't have tenants, just like a development, a home development. You don't know who's going to move in, right, in your home development, but they know that they can market it once they receive certain approvals. If they receive certain approvals, they can then go market, just like the 1.4 million gallons of water. The Atlantic City Electric has committed to X amount of power. The South Jersey Gas has committed to X amount of, gas for that. So when they get those approvals, it gives them the ability to market it for the property. Once they decide who a tenant might be, they would then have to do an application with this planning board again. And this planning board would then have to hear that application and make a decision based on that. And, I know a lot of people had said data center, but that is not the application that's before this board. And I'm not saying that 6 months from now, that may come if they get a tenant that says, hey, I want to do a data center, can you fit me out a data center? That could happen. And this board would then have to make those decisions, and I'm sure there would be experts that come in to testify on environmental impact and items like that. But that's not the application that's before this board this evening. This is for a preliminary site plan approval for this, and then the developer can then go market property for that. So there is no final decision here where we are approving a data center or a bottling company or this or that. It is giving them the opportunity to go market. So that's the approval that is before us this evening. So, and as the one gentleman who stated, and I think somebody else said he was the smartest guy in the room, he asked the question, is this a buy right or a build right application? And the answer to that was yes. What that means is that according to the land use laws, they are here for an approval from this board, and they're not asking for variances, and therefore the application is deemed complete. The thing what they are applying for is within the land use laws for that area.
We don't want it. If I can explain that a little bit further, since it has come up, what a by right application means in New Jersey under the land use law. We have zoning laws, and in this particular case, there's a redevelopment plan that governs this area. The planning board does not have the jurisdiction to deny an application on the basis of they just don't want that use here. The permitted uses is that's set by the governing body, and that's done through the redevelopment plan. So even if everyone on this board says a warehouse in this site is the stupidest thing ever, they don't have the ability to say no because we don't want a warehouse there. That's already set forth in the redevelopment plan. So by law, they cannot say no on the basis of we don't like that use. That's why.
But they can say no to this preliminary,
Knowing there's a potential.
right? They can say no to this.
Not on the basis of they don't like the idea of a warehouse being here.
How about people's
They're
health?
not environmental.
What about all of the issues that everyone has brought up, especially the health and the water and the cancer and all of it? Like, I don't understand.
Generally, environmental regulations fall on either DEP or the Pinelands and not this board.
I don't know about
Yes, those are multiple layers of approvals, DEP
So what you're
and
saying
Pinelands.
is they have to say it's okay. If that's what you're saying.
That's essentially what a by right application means, yes.
Then why are we here? Why are we here if they have to do what you just said?
Because it's required that they get approval from this board.
So we have to convince our board to say no to all of you. Is that correct?
If that's how you want to look at it, yes.
Okay, well, then they do have a right to say no at this point, without going any further and wondering what's it going to have what's going to be in there, because they don't know. Just like you said, nobody knows. I find that unconscionable. I truly, truly do. And I think that you all need to lay your heads on your pillows tonight and think about what is in front of you and what of all these Williamstown residents, these people who have lived here for many, many years, brought up their children, their grandchildren are here, and you have the authority to say no to this. And I hope that you do. Thank you.
I'd just like to clarify the statement I made before. So you did just describe a buy right application, which I don't know necessarily this even truly qualifies. And I'm not a lawyer, however, I've been doing this a while. And you do have the right as a board to vote this down if you find that it doesn't meet the ordinances of the town and the laws of the state of New Jersey. So numerous things I just asked questions about are laws of the state of New Jersey that pertain to the safety of the people. Dam safety is a huge deal. It kills people. Stormwater, flooding, it destroys houses. People drown. I mean, you do have the right to do something about this, and you're deluding yourself if you don't believe that.
Can I ask a question? Either of our engineers, can any of you guys testify to the veracity of the claims he made with any of the things he said? Are any of the concerns he brought up as far as engineering goes and the laws, are they accurate? Is there veracity to that?
I'll go first. Please do.
Just make a statement in terms of, the application that was submitted, all of the required information was provided to the board. We have submitted information to the Pinelands Commission. It has been reviewed by the Pinelands Commission. The stormwater management report, all of that information that this gentleman is referring to was submitted as part of our application, reviewed by your professionals. I don't believe that this gentleman has reviewed the information in the same way that your professionals have. He said he spent an hour doing that this evening. So I think that this board has the opportunity to rely on their own professionals. If you find information from the public to be helpful in your decision-making, that's your prerogative. But in terms of the information that was provided that satisfies your ordinance requirements, that has all been submitted. In terms of review by your own professionals, that has all been done. We've provided responses to those review letters. And by their statements this evening, we've satisfied your concerns with all of our submissions. So that's the only statement that I want to make. However you deliberate, you deliberate. I'm not trying to influence your decision.
The correct move for a board is to take one application. That's a very.
Tim wanted to address, give him a chance to address them.
Yeah, we've reviewed the application against current regulations and current standards. And we have pages of comments in our review on stormwater that still need to be addressed, but the applicant's response letter says that they will address our comments satisfactorily. Once we receive those responses, revised plans, revised stormwater drainage calculations, then we will find that they satisfy all the regulations and standards. But we also recommend, and the board always does this, condition any approval that might be granted by this board on other outside agencies and authorities such as Pinelands, DEP, Sewer Conservation District, etc. So it's not just our review, but it's other agencies. And every approval that you've made over the years has found has had that condition in it.
Mr. Chair, if we go to then, and if one of those agencies, I'm asking you a question, if one of those agencies says, whatever one, says, no, you can't do that, then it's done.
Correct.
Right? So it has to be subject to their approval, right?
Even
If they don't approve it, then they either have to come in with another plan, or that if they can't meet the plan's requirement with the, whatever agency requests,
Right.
then it's done, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
You don't have to say yes. They need a revised.
Okay, you want to continue?
Who says so?
So, what I just heard there was, we know it doesn't comply, and you guys have the option to not make that a condition. That's your right as a board. You don't have to make that a condition. You can tell them to resubmit the stuff that actually complies. So I have tonight.
My name is Jeffrey Tillman. I live at 3331 South Blackwoods Pike.
You swear affirm testimony about the sports the truth?
I do. So I just want to make it a little personal because that's my house right there. Right there. So I'm asking you to say no to this, obviously. Would you want to live next to that? Could we make that thing any bigger? So that's all I wanted to say. Your decision is going to greatly affect me. Thank you.
Mic drop.
Kelsey Patton, 3639 South Blackhurst.
You swear affirm testimony about the sports the truth?
Yeah.
Proceed.
I'm within a mile of this ridiculous plan. I have a 2-year-old daughter and well water, so all of this pollution will be in my water. Does everybody understand that? I'm just trying to look for eyes. All of this pollution is going to be going into my daughter's body. There's a lot of pollution that's going to come from this.
We have
Oh,
someone,
wait.
There you go.
somebody wants to use the restroom.
I'm sorry, can we take,
I have questions.
can we take a 5-minute recess, please? Sorry for that. Yeah, she was that.
So yes, the pollution, we all know it would be an obscene amount, Kelsey Patton. Yeah. I do want to ask all of you, where do you all live? Do you live South Blackford Pike, near this? Any of you? I don't need the exact addresses, I just need head nods. Any of you? You don't live near it, you live near it?
My daughter does.
How's she feel about it? No.
When you ask a question,
Yeah, I know, and you can't tell me how she feels about it. Any of you live near this?
I don't live near it.
No, didn't think so, because there'd be no question if you did. Because it's crazy. To even think that this would be in Williamstown, New Jersey is asinine. First off, my first job was the campground. I grew up here. This is my home, and I don't want to move, but I will if I have to protect my child and my health and my safety, because this is a public safety concern. If you don't see it that way, I don't know who is lining the pockets. So the traffic in South Blackford Pike is ridiculous already. It's ridiculous. I have had countless accidents outside of my house, fatalities outside of my house from people speeding down Blackford Pike. This will be catastrophic if this goes in place. There will be casualties, there will be fatalities from these trucks coming in and out of this facility. And my last question is, do you all have a choice? As members of the board, do you have a choice on this? You get to vote yes or no, correct? All of you? Head nods? No?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure, because you really, really should make the right decision for the people of your town, because
Williamstown, right?
it's crazy that this is even a thought, is just wild to me. So, please choose correctly for the town, that's all I'm asking.
Hey, I'm Marcy Preslonic, I live at 147 Presley Way.
You swear affirm testimony about the human support the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Proceed.
One quick question that I had is that you said, is the township engineer in the building? Our representative, our engineer, is he here? Or she? Sorry, that was wrong.
So the way it works is our township engineer is separate, the planning board engineer and the planner are here, yes.
Okay, so our planner.
That's these three individuals.
These three are, you represent the town?
Yes.
Okay, so one of my questions was that the plans have been submitted, as engineers, you reviewed them, right?
Yes,
And there were a lot of comments. They
Yes.
were your comments.
yes, or,
Correct, and you sent them back to the developer.
yes.
Okay, can you give some examples of what your comments or concerns or feedback or feelings on what their plans were from a legal or an environmental standpoint, things that you wanted changes made before final approval?
Not from a legal standpoint, but from an engineering standpoint. We have, what, say, a page and a half of comments on stormwater management.
Okay,
Um,
so a page and
Type
a
of-
half of comments.
Could be anything from typographical mistakes,
Mhm.
on the plans or information on the plans went off by accident. Information on the plans don't match information in the stormwater calculation report,
Okay,
and we want them to be corrected, which is accurate, which is not. Changes to some of the stormwater design, if we thought it didn't meet certain regulations or standards.
and it's typical that we would approve something of this mass and size before that's actually laid out and environmentally or from an engineering standpoint accurate?
Yes, that's
We would
typical.
just cross our fingers and hope they do everything you say?
No, because they have to come back. It's not like that, we'll just cross the fingers.
Okay,
They have to respond. Any approval, if voted on tonight in the affirmative, would be
so
subject.
in your
to-
comments, there are some concerns that align with the gentleman that is here from another town.
Potentially, yes. Yeah, I'm not gonna say
Okay.
a line, but
Okay. And then for the board, as a little kid, my parents said when I had to make a decision, I had to do a T-chart of pros and cons of every decision. And I'm just trying to figure out what the pros are in this decision, right? We've had an entire evening of cons. Even the representatives from Hexa had no pros, like there was none. There was no mention of jobs, there was no mention of revenue, there was no mention of making anybody's lives better. There were literally not a single pro on the T-chart that I was keeping in my head that I've been doing since I was a little girl. So I asked all of you board members or planning board members, what is the pro to the town? Is there anything that you can think of that is improving the quality of life for the residents now or in the future? What are the pros? What other than the legality of maybe having to say yes, but that seems to be up for debate? I can't understand the thought process. If it was bringing in a ton of jobs and really going to flourish the community, I could see that T-chart, but none of that has been said.
So if I could just address a couple things, just, and I don't know if you've attended planning board meetings in the past or anything like that, but basically what the engineer is saying is, when a developer comes in with an application such as this, it is obviously reviewed by our engineer, by our township planner, by legal. And when they find mistakes or maybe not compliance with something, the engineer prepares a report, which they testified to earlier today, the planner testifies to it. And if the applicant agrees to meet the conditions of his report, then they have to meet those conditions. So it's not just, cross your fingers. Number two, you talk of pros and cons, and look, it really depends on how you like your coffee, right? If we don't know the exact tenant that's going to be here, that's not what is on the application sheet. The application is to get a preliminary approval for warehousing and distribution center. So what could that possibly be? It depends on the tenant, right? If it was the bottling company, it was an estimated 400 jobs. So that would be beneficial to the community. Although, if, you might like to hear that, hey, there's new jobs from entry level all the way up to executive level at that bottling company, but with the bottling company, that probably brings truck traffic. So if you don't want to see traffic, but you want to see jobs, you have to base your decision on that, right? If it turns into a data center, probably not going to create jobs, right? But then there's no traffic. So if you don't like the traffic, that's better for you. But what are the environmental concerns? So
With all due respect, there was never a bottling company.
What's that?
There was never an actual bottling company. We can call it a bottling company, but nobody believes that.
There actually
some,
was,
super secret bottling company.
there actually
But my
was.
concern is that.
When you asked the question, I'll
Yes.
answer it. So there absolutely was a bottling company because
The
there
name
were
of it.
Please,
there were
speak.
meetings quite some time ago. Unfortunately, they chose a location in Philadelphia. We were in the final two, so to speak. That is why the 1.4 million gallons of water was requested and a 300,000 discharge that would have to go into the sewer system and go. Clearly, it tells you they were putting 1.1 into the bottom. But, so it really depends on what you want. Some people say, I don't want this in my backyard, go build it someplace else. And I hear that. I am living the same thing right now where I live. Unfortunately, I had nothing but 30 acres behind me. I fed deer out of my can in my backyard. Unfortunately, there's a builder, a developer that developed his land because he has the right to, as long as he's in accordance with the laws.
Has the
Now there are
farm been sold?
300 townhomes being built behind my home, within 100 feet of my property line. I do not like it. I cannot stop that.
Has the land been sold? Who owns the land? The farm, the
Farm?
157 acres, who owns it?
I-
Builders LLC.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I guess my last thing is yes, they have to do it technically, but it could get tied up in red tape for years. And we'll never see the plan really because you've approved it, it's gonna happen, and it's like 50 feet from that guy's house, right? Like, I guess I'm saying that you have all of these red lines and comments and questions, right, about the environmental concerns that everybody here's brought up, including another engineer. We can approve the property and the whole thing can just be tied up in red tape for a decade, right? And the construction already begins because
No,
it's
no construction. No, they have to satisfy all of our comments and all outside agency comments, including Pinelands, before they can
before
put
they
a shovel.
can clear.
Yeah. And they have to come back for final with the tenant. Well, they can't break ground without that.
If I can address one of her comments, you mentioned the like balancing of the pros and the cons.
Yeah.
At a planning board, when you have a by right use, there is no real balancing of pros and cons. It's not the applicant's responsibility or legal obligation to demonstrate that there would be a benefit to the community. If this use were not permitted on the site and this application would go to the zoning board for a use variance, then there's a lot of case law as well as municipal land use law, talking specifically about those balancing tests. But unfortunately, this is at the planning board because it is a permitted use and they don't have to demonstrate that a warehouse is going to provide a benefit to the community.
Okay, so that kind of brings it back, that this is all just for show, it's a done deal.
They have to demonstrate that they satisfy all township code requirements as well as stormwater requirements of the DEP and the Pinelands. But if this were at the zoning board, then the board has a lot more discretion to weigh pros and cons, but this is not a zoning board. So by law, this board cannot say no on the basis of they don't like a warehouse or you're not providing enough jobs or something.
We don't like the warehouse, we're just having a lot of fun with what you guys are saying. It's not about an.
Excuse me.
First, last working in 71 12th Avenue. Are you sworn in already?
No.
No.
Swear or affirm the testimony about to keep this board is true?
Yes.
Proceed.
I'd like to ask the board if they've ever been down there, biking, walking, smelling the air, and how much an 80,000 ton truck smells when it takes off from dead zero. I'm sure you guys have been behind one and you didn't like it. And then the other thing is, Winkstown Road, ShopRite, has a parking lot. I gotta go home the expressway down to Winslow Road. And so now you're gonna send trucks up Pine Hollow Road to hit 73 to make that left? It's impossible to make it with a car. The infrastructure is not here. Do that first, then maybe do this. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. With all due respect.
State your name again, state your name again.
I'm sorry, Amanda Serrone, my apologies. With all due respect, it's not a whole issue of we just don't like it. We have legitimate concerns. We have legitimate health concerns. We have legitimate, I'm assuming zoning concerns. This is not just because we don't like it. These are things, you're talking about contaminating people's water. That's, you look at me funny, but from what I've heard, I can't take it as anything other than contamination. You know, and again, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, you sit here and you say things like, well, pros and cons, you know, you can have the data center, but you won't have the traffic. I don't want either.
The question was posed to me, what are the pros?
The pros or the cons, and instead of you actually giving legitimate pros and cons, you made compromises. I don't want traffic or a data center. You did, you said, you know, if you get a data center, you're not gonna wind up with the traffic.
No, I said, if you don't want traffic, maybe the data center is better.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, they're just mincing words at this point. We don't want either. We don't want the data center, we don't want the traffic, it's incredibly dangerous. I've watched semi-trucks go around that bend and take out holes left and right, okay? I've seen people end up in my father-in-law's front yard dead because of the way that is set up around there. And you're talking about all this crazy traffic, and you're talking about the ins and outs on the Black Horse Pike 322. The Black Horse Pike is 2 lanes. Like, this is insane. And again, with all due respect, I do appreciate you guys listening to us, and I know that we're getting upset, and I know that things are getting heated and emotional and stuff like that, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but these are just legitimate concerns, and what I'm hearing right now is, well, just because you don't like it doesn't mean we can't get it done, and then it's kind of like, well, you can decide not to do this. we're all telling you we don't want it. And not for nothing, even the people who are not here, I can vouch 100%, I can pick up my phone and I can show you what the residents of Williamstown are actually saying that couldn't make it here on social media. They don't want it either. Okay? We can prove this to you. Nobody wants this. And again, you go back to why? You have nothing going in this place. We don't know what's going into this. And quite frankly, with all due respect, it feels like you guys are trying to pull a fast one. It feels like it's kind of like, well, we don't know what it is yet, but we're going to build it to be safe. And it quite possibly could be a data center that you guys don't want. So how would you, as a voter, how would you expect me to feel about that?
Again, they can't build anything until they receive final approval, so they would have to come here. So there is no construction, there is no building from this.
Again, but the building's already built at that point.
No, it's not.
Okay, so then what are we here for? What are we trying to approve? Because nobody wants it.
Again, I explained earlier that this is typical for a developer to come in and get a preliminary approval so they can market the property.
Right, and I understand.
And then once they secure a tenant, somebody who wants to come there and lease off of them or buy it to have this built, they would spec it out to what they're doing, whether it be a bottling company, whether it be a data center, whether it be just a simple warehouse. That would come later on, and then we would have a similar meeting where everybody can voice their concerns, and there would also be expert testimony at that point on environmental concerns and traffic concerns and items like that.
Right,
So
and
just
again,
because-
that's just not enough. I'm sorry. Again, it's just not enough. You're not giving, again, I want to know who's going into these buildings. I want to know who's
Unfortunately,
coming
we
up.
don't
And
know.
I understand that, but when you're talking about building a building of this magnitude, maybe we should have that in place. Thank you. Yeah, and we should have it here.
Stan Kozowski, I'm still on the road, right?
Yeah, we're good.
This is for, are these the lawyers for town? No. Where's the lawyer? You're the lawyer, okay.
Thank you.
I'll address it to you. If this redevelopment, as I said on section 40, required the two parts that it required, they were vacancy for 10 years, and the other part was they have to be not easily accessible, remote. Now, we do have a Walmart 2 miles up the street from this site, but that's a whole other thing. So how remote are we? Well, my question to you is, when this gentleman said this is easily accessible, when he was talking about his trucks going in and out and where they want to go and getting to here and there, since this is easily accessible, and since the law states you cannot redevelop land unless it's not accessible, and how can we even be here talking about this? If that land is not even available, then everything, and I agree with everybody what they said, but I want to know from a legal standpoint, if A and B are by law, A and B are required for that land to be put into redevelopment. And we have the man that wants it to tell us that B doesn't exist. It's the self-fulfilled prophecy. He just said, this is easily accessible. Our trucks can get here and there, right from here. In the law for redevelopment, it under 70 says, point blank, it cannot be easily accessible. What is the answer? I want a legal answer. Why are we even talking about this if the land's not available?
I'll answer that.
Yes.
You're
hard to hear, so.
You're referring to one of about 10 criteria, and only one of the 10 criteria has to be met in order for the board to recommend and the governing body to declare a property, an area in need of redevelopment. You're only referring to one out of about 10 criteria.
Why isn't that in section 40 where it says?
It's in there.
You're referring to section 3, and there are 8 criteria plus a third designation.
The section I'm referring to is very clear.
It
said
Tim and I wrote
what
that.
I said. It said it had to be vacant and it had to be non-accessible.
That is section
Hey,
C.
what we're look-
There are A, B, D, E,
have G and H as well. And for something to be designated an area need a redevelopment, it needs to be at least one of those criteria, and what you're talking about is C. It could have met one of the other criteria, neither of us, I don't think, did that study, which was presented to this board about 5 years ago, and then presented to the township council subsequently to that. And then the redevelopment plan was adopted by the council, after also going through this board. That's not what we're here for tonight. That's
So
what
I know that's not what you're here for tonight, but what I'm saying, we shouldn't even be here tonight is what I'm saying. Now, you're telling me somewhere else in that package is ACBD.
They did not submit that. They had nothing to do with that redevelopment designation.
But yeah, somewhere else in the law, the redevelopment law.
But it wasn't in the part that said land redevelopment. And somewhere else it was.
I couldn't tell you what criteria was used to designate that in the study, but what you're referring to is criteria C of the local redevelopment housing law under 40, 70, something.
I'll go back and see it tomorrow. We might have other parts. And by the way, the other thing is for us, it's very hard to know what to come here with. When I went over and looked for the water part, did you know they sent me 1,800 pages? I don't know, I'll bet you none of you read that. And God bless you if you did. Okay, 1,800 pages, and then I finally clicked to the end and they say everything is perfect. There's no problem with the water and taken care of. But that's how many pages are reported, 1,800. And most of it I tried. I couldn't understand all the graphs and all. I couldn't even understand it. So I don't know what it's going to do to the water. But I needed to know from the law. So you're saying there's other parts not in that part later that meet the criteria, which is
yes.
Again, Fernando House, 717. All right, how's this gonna affect the power that, I mean, they have no idea who's coming in there, and you keep saying it's a water company. I've walked through them, and I've personally been through lots of them all over the East Coast. Looking at that, there's no way that would have been just a water company, I mean, a bottling company. And the way the vehicles come in, the tractor trailers, I'm looking at, where would they be stationed in as they're coming in to the location? Okay, where they are gonna be staged. Because as you have vehicles coming in, now you don't know if it's gonna be a high volume, company with high volume of vehicles coming in. If they are, like say if it was the post office, you'd have to have room for them to stage. I don't see that here. Also, if it's like this AI thing that everyone is saying it might be, how are you going to power this thing, and how is it going to affect us locally? Because it's going to draw from our grid, or are they going to have their own small?
But again, this evening is not, the application is not a data center. The application is for a warehouse and distribution center.
So how would that affect
to
us?
sit here and speculate that where are we getting power for a data center?
That's your job right there. You have to know what's coming in. I mean, you might come nice to know,
Again,
but you know.
I will say this again. Tonight is a preliminary application for a warehouse and distribution center. If, in the future, they secure a tenant, whether it be a bottling company, whether it be just an Amazon for warehouse, whether it be a data center, they would have to submit another application and come before this board. And then that's when those questions will go through our professionals, and those answers will be provided.
So I get what you're trying to say, but now let me tell you this. They're producing this. This is what they're looking for. Suppose it's a company that needs a high volume of vehicles. Now they're going to have to expand. Where they're going to expand to? The poor guy's house, who's 50 feet away.
Again, I don't believe a tenant would come to this developer if they need it more, because if there's no more room, then that tenant's probably not going to come.
And where in this redevelopment plan is this the one that the town has that you control, that you have control in your office, the big map? You have control of that. You're the redevelopment.
You're looking at their site plan. That's their proposal.
Right.
They're seeking preliminary approval.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't see enough room in the event that it's a company that needs more room for tractor trailer, trafficking within their own, I mean, we're not even looking at when they're coming in. That's that's a little bit of a problem. But once you get inside, where are they gonna stage the vehicles coming in? What kind of business? I mean, like you say, if it's an Amazon, they need space already set aside, just in case the event, it's.
Mr. Parrish.
Exhibit 4 shows all.
Yeah. All of your comments are the right comments. When they get someone who wants to be here,
Right.
they have to come back and we're gonna do this all over again.
Can you honestly say, well, I don't know if you do or no, I don't know, maybe the mayor, because they have control over the site plans, don't know who really wants to come here? I mean, it's like doing something backwards. You want to build a location and hoping that somebody will pick this location.
They're not gonna build this facility yet. Somebody has to decide that they wanna participate here, and then they would come in front of the board again. And then we would address all these questions, our engineers, our specialists, they would answer all the questions, and we would agree or disagree. They would have to meet all the criteria that the township has.
So then when anybody in town wants something done, you got Tara saying you gotta go to the Pinelands. And then you gotta pay them X amount of dollars, like I've seen other people, they literally went there, here's my money. Oh, you're already denied. Oh, can I get my money back? No, that's part of the deal. All right, that's not right. Why are they?
Why did they get a pass?
Yeah, how is it that they're getting a pass on a big piece of land that is very valuable to the people? Not just, the individual, it's overall. Why, where is the Pinelands? I mean, I know you're saying they gotta get past this first, but how they even getting this far? Where's the plan? Who can control that redevelopment factor? You?
Again, the plans are right here for this project.
Right, but you have control over the redevelopment plan overall. And you say, you know what, we're not gonna grow that there.
The redevelopment plan was adopted by the township governing body, by the township council.
Right, and you're the governing body, correct?
This is the planning board.
No, but he's the mayor.
As the mayor, yeah.
Yes, and we have Fox, she's also part of the governing body.
Yes.
So they can speak for themselves. I wanna know, do you have control over that? Yes or no?
The redevelopment plan has been approved, Chris, 5 years ago?
November 2022 is the last version I have here, although it was amended.
So it was approved 3 years, a little over 3 years.
Right, and who was it, the council or was it the mayor?
Council.
It was the council, you sat on the council, right?
I do not say I'm not a council member.
No, then you sat on the council when it was approved.
I left office in I became the mayor in 23.
So were you, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so you were part of this, so now you have the ability, you have the sway to revisit that plan, maybe readjust it.
Not at this time, no.
No, but you can actually work towards it, right?
It depends. I think, could you?
Not as it relates to this application, when it was filed, can rely on the plan in place at that time. We can't
I
change the
understand that
plan
part, but
out from
moving
under.
forward, all right, because, or you can look at with the legalities, maybe you oversaw something and it should have never been approved to even go in this direction that we're at now.
I think the short answer to that is yes, the governing body can amend the redevelopment plan and say whatever they want is prohibited there. But this particular application, once it's filed, they are permitted to proceed under the laws that are in place at the time.
All right, so right now, they just want to be able to use the print to be able to put the warehouses there. That's what I'm asking for.
Right now, the law says a warehouse is a permitted use there, and they're seeking preliminary site plan approval. Which means the
So how would-
first step of many towards eventually constructing a warehouse.
Okay, so how would that also affect, maybe I'm ahead on this, again, back to the power, the energy. If a warehouse is allowed to be there, it's gonna draw a lot of energy from the grid. It's gonna cost the rest of us, our prices of our electric to go up. So Are they gonna have a power?
Mr. Howard, no construction could come, if the board were to vote in favor of the application tonight,
Right.
no construction can take place until they come back at a later date. There's no construction that can occur.
Well, I guess that's all I got for
They
now.
would need final approval from this board, plus the Pinelands and the state, and then they also have to get construction permits.
Right, but you are taking into consideration though, on this print, the possibilities of the traffic coming and going.
Yes, the traffic study,
Yeah, and can we look at that traffic?
You have access to all of that.
What's that?
We do.
You have access to all of those materials.
We probably have more comments on the traffic study than we do on the drainage study.
Their reports are public, so you can read them.
And Mr. Howard, maybe you came in a little late, but the traffic expert testified earlier about the traffic study.
Oh, yeah, I did come late, so I, was taking care of some business, but, all right, thanks, yeah, you know, that's my loss was, well, that's why, you know, asking the question, maybe. But okay, I'll, yeah, I'll wait and watch it. All right, thanks.
Was it 2.0? Get more subscribers.
Steve has any questions? I'm Mark Kazowski. When was approved?
Excuse me. Just so, we want to make sure everybody gets enough time to talk, but we're going to ask 3 times, so please try and get everything out that you want to say this time, so.
When was the approval for a warehouse, a 1.6 million square foot warehouse, or when was the approval for industrial complex on the redevelopment plan? Was that something that was voted on in the last couple of years? Where do I find the redevelopment plan? Like, being a citizen living next door to this, everything seems hidden for a reason. And I'm asking right now, where do I find the redevelopment plan? Where can I find the literature that would state that a 1.6 million square foot is something permissible?
It would be on the township website. It's not going to, the redevelopment plan is not going to
Where on the township website?
mention 1.6 million square feet, it's just going to say what's permitted. Then you have to work backwards from bulk requirements.
Amy, do we have that in the planning department?
Yes, and it's on the website.
Yes. So either you can stop in.
I can come here.
And see the planning department on second floor, or, you know, go to the website.
Great. And that plan was created through a public process. There was a hearing
You
here.
sent your
for
father
the
that
board.
plan in an email this week. I'm pretty sure.
Right, but it didn't say anything about what that redevelopment plan was, because as I'm
Well, that
sitting
was
here
the whole
listening, I
plan.
get
You know, I'll give you my copy, I've got it on my computer, but there would have been a minimum of 3 public meetings on the redevelopment designation and a minimum of 3 public meetings on the plan itself. So after it's introduced by the council as an ordinance, then it comes to this plan, or this board for review for consistency with the master plan, before it can be adopted as an ordinance.
And that's everything that they've done.
This is the redevelopment plan. You can take my copy.
Thank you, I appreciate that. My other question was, I just want to be clear that I heard that council for Hexa Builders said they have received Pineland approval, wetland approval so far.
Pineland, we have their certificate of filing. We would not be able to appear before this board without that.
Is it a consistent?
So you filed
Inconsistent filing, yes.
inconsistent filing.
Certificate of filing.
Okay, only because at 4:47 PM, 1 hour and 13 minutes before this meeting started, Mr. Qinghua Liang from the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection said, the procedure is the applicant will obtain primary site plan approval from the municipality and then apply for applicable permits through the state. So I think it's kind of like wordplay when we hear that the states or Pinelands has already approved something, or that they sent in an application and they're like, so we don't have approval under Pinelands and wetlands. Is the board clear on that? Because I wasn't until, yes?
They have their certificate of filing from the Pinelands, and it's the Pinelands Commission that handles wetlands on this property, not the DEP. So I think the gentleman may have not misled you on purpose, but if it were outside the Pinelands, they would need DEP approval for the wetlands verification.
But inside the Pinelands does the approval process for the wetlands.
My last question would be, under the redevelopment plan, are there any considerations that we would need a study or a test on the water quality that an industrial complex would create, air quality, the aquifer?
All that is governed in the redevelopment plan, as well as other ordinances in the township and state regulations, Pinelands regulations.
And the redevelopment plan does not supersede any state regulations, all of the stormwater regulations, and air quality, all of those. Even if redevelopment plans and otherwise, all state regulations supersede that.
Okay. And you have received these studies from Hexa Builders, or?
We have.
This time?
No, we have, yeah, we have.
Are those available for the public?
Yes, part of the application.
They're not in the application.
Well, they submitted stormwater, I don't think they did the phase
They didn't do air quality or water quality.
That's part of the stormwater, water quality.
Water quality? Okay. All right, thank you for your time.
Stormwater can't be water quality, it's not potable water.
So Mark Reefer again. Given where we're at with this, and the fact that a certificate of filing with the Pinelands is just notification to the Pinelands. They give this letter that states that all the requirements will go through the municipality, in this case Monroe Township. As that moves through the process, then the Pinelands comes into the story. And most of the comments overall, besides traffic and just not wanting the project, relate over to the environmental aspects. And, all this room here combined, the Pinelands are extremely powerful in their ability to yay and nay things. And it would seem to me that it would be in the interest of the residents here of Williamstown that are concerned about this project, that you have another meeting with the Pinelands to discuss what's going on here, because, once this preliminary approval occurs, which is, I think, on your agenda at some point, you're gonna take this meeting and you're gonna yay or nay this thing, the wheels will have started. So I think it's important as representatives of the public to, have another meeting like this, but in other words, have the Pinelands involved to be able to hear what's going on here. I could almost guarantee, if I had the ability, I could snap my fingers and 10 decent quality environmental people from Pinelands would be here, to hear that there's barred owls out there, these red-headed woodpeckers. They might be willing to say, where are we going here? This is why the Pinelands exists. The Pinelands Commission exists.
So that's why they have the Pinelands Commission. They're gonna do
Yeah, but
all that.
you're gonna approve this before they've even.
Pinelands doesn't involve themselves in municipal decisions, they're their own jurisdiction, their own body. And if Pinelands believes that there are significant species there of state importance or national, federal importance, they would have the jurisdiction to deny that application on their own ground. They don't have to come here and tell this board to deny it.
In which case.
Generally speaking, I've never seen Pinelands representatives come to a municipal planning or zoning board meetings, they have their own meetings.
Okay, but, that, I don't know all the ins and outs of
So
these.
you kind of said it, right, this is the wheels starting to turn, right? But after this process, there is a whole lengthy process after that.
I get that.
But what I'm saying is, the Pinelands still have to give those approvals. That doesn't come at this point, it will come later, and if the Pinelands shoots it down, then they shoot it down.
But again,
The project's done. The Pinelands says no, it's done.
I understand, but what has been said tonight, as clear as I could figure it out, was that we don't want this, and you guys can stop this before it even has to go in those directions.
See, that's a misconception. That's a misconception.
Well, wait a
If
second,
they-
are we here
Hold
for
on.
nothing?
Let
Is
me
this
say-
already a done deal, or is that?
No, it's not a done deal. They come in front of the board and they have to meet all the requirements for this to take its next step. That's all we can do. If they meet all the requirements, technically, we have to say yes. No, that's your opinion. We have specialists that give us advice.
That said that they don't.
These specialists.
Yeah. If you want to talk, you can come up. If you want to talk, come up to the mic.
But there's a vote, that the people that are on the
There's a
planning
vote,
would
and there's a vote that.
See, I know how.
They've met all the requirements for it to move to its next process. There's no shovels going in the ground. Nothing's happening. Once this gets approved, it can go to its next process, which is various other agencies like the Pinelands, like all, the DOT, all those, they all have to approve, they have to make approvals. And then if they get a tenant that wants to come in, they have to come back in, and we still have to
I understand
meet all that.
I understand all,
But
what I'm getting at.
But what you're not understanding is, it's
They
not.
can develop it. They bought the land, and they want to develop it.
Right.
It's, as long as they meet all the legal requirements.
Testimony directly that would clarify some of the gentleman's concerns, because this has been going on for years. If you speak on the mic, Dave.
Can you let him answer?
If you don't mind. Yeah, so, the township has been involved since day one. The township was considering redevelopment, of course, the Pinelands approved the redevelopment ordinance, which is a zoning change in the town. During that time period, we made application for Pinelands for the wetlands permit separately from the strip of island. During that process, there was team studies, including board out studies. We had specialists do board out studies at night. Because of the presence of the board out, the wetland buffer is 300 feet. We modified the concept plan because we initially thought it might be about 175. It turned out to be 300. We modified things. Subsequent to that, the township completed the redevelopment ordinance, which was then approved by the Pinelands. Subsequently to the redevelopment ordinance being adopted by the town, we made designs, full designs, stormwater 95 test pits, the full set of grading, drainage, lighting, plans. They were submitted in a formal application to the Pinelands for a certificate of filing application. They have approved that with certificate of filing with an inconsistency, with just a couple of minor things that's standard for them. The back end of any kind of final approvals, when the whole thing's done, when we finish this process, they'll get water, sewer, the DOT, which takes 5 or 6 years, right? If there's a higher water demand than the 50,000, this project only requires 50,000 gallons a day, and that's tops. I've been doing this for a lot of years. Most of the time, these buildings are half empty in terms of people and cars. I work in Swedesboro. I'm surrounded by 50 million square feet of industrial space. You go out to exit 10 on 295 at 6 o'clock in the night, you're gonna find exactly 2 trucks. That's the facts. I can testify that to, I see it almost every day. And regarding the Pinelands process, I can assure you, I've been working in the Pinelands for 43 years. This board has done everything by the book. This town does everything by the book. I've been in the numerous times, it's always by the book. We respect towns and we're not trying to hide anything, there's nothing hidden here. We're following the process. It's a long road to get approval. We did probably have it for 4 years already. I mean, actually, I'm the engineer. I'm not the owner. I'm just the engineer. But I have been doing this process. I've been managing it for them. We're dotting all the i's, crossing all the t's, with everything by the book. The stormwater management design is of the current standards. It does satisfy the testimony that there's going to be significant flooding downstream is just not so. That's not the way New Jersey regulations work anymore. It's very, very strict. All elements, despite what one gentleman said that I didn't know what he's doing, and I've been doing it for 43 years. I've been working in the Pinelands for 43 years. But we've done it by the book. My team is a team of experts. We know what we're doing, and we've made those applications, and those agencies have approved it. Your engineers, I've known them for years, they're very thorough. That's why they still review comments. Yeah, and we are going to work through those review comments. None of those are questioning the basis of the design. There's just details of the design that are normal and need to be addressed and discussed. That's all I want to say. There's been a very thorough design, very thorough process. This board has, again, there's multiple steps that have occurred. People have talked about it for hours as though it didn't occur. It has occurred. And I'm not trying to be mean and nasty, I'm just trying to be factual. That's what I do. I don't lie, I don't need to. I follow the rules, my clients follow the rules. I won't work for, disreputable people. That's why I like working for these types of clients. They're very reputable. That's what I do for them. Thank you.
Don't disagree with anything that I just heard there. But it seems to me that we're here for no reason at all. I heard testimony from people here in town that found out about this yesterday. I found out about it literally at 6 o'clock tonight. I literally wolfed some food down so that I could make it here by 6:30.
Yes.
And that's where we're at with this thing. These folks, me included, again, I spoke to the environmental aspects of having two properties on Hospitality Creek downstream from this build, and it is not going to be good. So, I look at life this way, there's gonna come a day, 10, 20 years from now, when we will realize that this was a bad decision. The traffic issues are for real. I know this road well. I drive past this location every day. And motorcycles do 100, cars do 85. You gotta put a traffic light in the middle of all that. And then, here's a question, I shouldn't even ask this hypothetical, but who's paying for the water to get from water and sewer from where it is all the way down there? That's gotta be a mile or two, I don't even know.
The developer.
The developer.
So how far is it? What's the distance we're talking about? Where it ends to where it's gotta get to?
Sir, I could tell you, I don't know the exact distance, but
Approximately.
I believe the water and sewer lines cut off somewhere in the area of Friendly Village.
But how far is it from Friendly Village? Like, no one in the room knows the distance we're talking
Again, I couldn't
about?
tell you
Doesn't
that.
matter, right, because they're gonna pay for it. Guys.
The other day I did on Google Maps, it was about a little over 2,000 to 3,000 feet from roughly that property line to the other property line. It wasn't exact.
Less than a mile, so 2/3
Yeah,
of a mile.
so it's about less than a mile. Yeah, so maybe half mile.
It's a mile from Friendly Village to my house, and my house is right there, total mile.
My thing was by the crow
But again,
flies.
it just seems to me, you got the public here, for what reason? Because it sounds like, and I'm looking at all of you guys and just saying to myself, when the dust settles, when this group of people leaves, you guys all reconvene and you sit there and look at one another, there's gonna be influencers in the room, and I could start pointing them out, the mayor being one of them. And he's gonna say, hey, we can't do anything about this. And what these people are saying, what I'm saying is, yes, you can. You can stop this thing now for a host of reasons. We heard over here, no, they're meeting all the criteria. There's been a ton of things that have been brought up. Quality of life is part of the issues that, if you wanted reasons to nix this thing, the quality of life for the residents of your town. I beg the question, what is in it for Williamstown? I do not see how this benefits this town. It hurts this town in a bunch of different ways, even for folks that don't even live down that end of the town. So when you reconvene, I would encourage you don't even reconvene for a period of time till you give some thought to what's been spoken and said, and give yourself time to process this, because this is really the wrong decision for this town. And I think that people have to, I don't know, I'm losing my thoughts, so that's
Brian Brothers, 846 Laurel Lane, Blue Lakes. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give is the truth? I do swear the testimony I'm about to give is the truth. What about the property values of all the surrounding homes? That when somebody's going to look to buy a home in 5, 10 years, 20, they see this, and they say, I don't want to live next to that. I don't want to live anywhere near that. My property, I bought it for maybe $240,000. It's going to plummet. Everybody's property value is going to plummet. And we're going to look to you guys and say, wow, thanks for putting that right there. Because we really needed a big empty building that there's nothing. Oh, you say there's going to be 700 trucks, and then you tell me there's 2 trucks. How can you say there's 700 trucks and then go to 2 trucks? Where is the standby space?
Mr. Powers is right. Where are the trucks gonna be at when they're waiting to get in a bay? Are they all gonna be in a bay? There's only 2 trucks. How can you need all those bays for what space? And then you can say, well, we don't know who's gonna be in here. We don't know who's gonna be in this building at all. And then it comes out, it could have been a bottling company. Oh, so it was going to be something, but we didn't know. We don't know who's gonna be in here, but it's marketable as a, so what is it else is marketable? The bottling company's discharge that much water? Why was that information not presented to us? How come it was not presented to us by these developers?
So again, this is a preliminary hearing for an application for a warehouse and distribution center. I testified or spoke earlier that when in the beginning stages of this project, or not, maybe not the beginning stages because it started before I became mayor, but during my discussions and meetings, there was a possible tenant. And there were some discussions on, could the township supply 1.4 million gallons of water? They were referred to the MUA. Okay, so that was the bottling company portion. I think I've also said that that is not happening now. They went to Philadelphia. So again, it was used as examples of what potentially could be going into a place like this. But again, it could be a bottling company, that's an Amazon warehouse, it could be a data center. We don't know that because there is no tenant at this time that the developer has. Typically, they get the preliminary approval, and then they can market the property to go out and try to obtain a tenant. Once they obtain that tenant or a possible tenant, they have to come back before this board and declare what the use is going to be. It is being approved, the use for warehousing and distribution. If it switches to, hey, we want to bring in a data center, they have to change the use of the property and they have to come before this board. And that's when that process will begin. So again, yes, we don't know who the tenant is. You said, oh, well, no, we did know who the tenant was. It was going to be a bottle company. But we don't know that because there is no bottle company. There was the potential of a tenant being a bottle company.
That
But
potential was not discussed when they came up and discussed their plans.
because they're not there, that tenant is no longer there.
Which
I'm the
means,
one who said about the tenant about the bottling company.
which was after we all found out that we didn't know who could be in there, or what could be in there, or why it could be there.
And
But you knew
and
what
again-
would have been there, and you decided not to tell us.
Listen, we could sit here and name 100 things that
Right.
could be there, right?
Sure.
But until you
But it's not
nail
people's
down.
homes. It's not deer you're feeding corn at. It's not life you're seeing behind it. Yeah, it's homes you didn't want to have in your backyard, but they're homes. There's people, their livelihoods. They're living their lives. How many people are going to look out their back door and say, wow, what a great home that is? For all these people that don't be in there, the people that aren't going to work there, the limited parking spaces. Who's actually going to work in there? What's going to be done? Why does it even need to be there at all?
Well,
It's a
again-
field for eagles to go down there and swoop and get their prey. You want to take it away. You just want to
Well,
take it away. So Williamstown is now warehouse town.
Sir,
We
number
do
one,
not want to take it away at all.
Well, then
They
I'm not
bought
saying
the
that.
property.
Okay.
They want to develop it. They have to come to us and then we work together. They gotta go to the commission, the pilots. They have to do that also. You can't tell them that, yo, you bought the property, but you can't put this here. You can't put that there. You're not allowed to do that. You can't
That's exactly
say
what the
that.
Providence does.
They're looking at it also.
And
But
again-
you keep saying us.
We are the
Tell
governing
them.
body on this.
Well, what if you
matter.
bought a piece of property and I said, you know what, you can't build that. I can't tell you can't build a certain thing.
Are you- That's it, but that's exactly what's in the municipal code.
So,
That's,
sir,
they're following that. sir.
exactly, you just said it, right? So they have a piece of property that they own. Did I just give her a louder? Sort of talking that way. But they have this piece of property. They have the right to develop it. The board is here to ensure that they do it in accordance with the law. That's what this board does. And they meet the law to develop that property for warehousing and distribution.
That's what we vote on. We vote on whether or not they're following the laws of the land use
Why would we
laws.
circumvent some of these laws? Some of them even being natural laws, you know?
What
Why
the-
would we circumvent it just for what could be? We don't know what could be.
We're not circumventing any laws.
What's the money that a warehouse like this generates normally, annually?
Again, we don't know what's going there, and again, that's a separate application that will come before this board, and again, we will make sure that they are in accordance with the law. this board is here for.
We can't let our personal feelings get.
We're not voting on whether we
We
like
have
it
to
or
vote
not.
on
We're
whether
voting
they
on
meet
whether
the
it
criteria.
follows the law for the land use laws that are in place for that land. You can't tell somebody they can't develop their property when everything in their plans fits within the land use laws. Because if we deny that because we don't like it, they will go and sue us. The town will have to foot the bill, and then you guys, we all as taxpayers have to foot the bill, and then they'll win anyway if it follows the laws that are in place on the books.
And that's
We're here to make sure it follows those laws. That's what we're voting on. Not whether we like it, whether it's not a personal bias thing. It's a legality thing.
And it's open to the public. You guys can say, why are you here? You have a right to be here. You have a right to speak.
For what, if we feel like it's not even worth it, we're sold out, we feel sold out, we feel sold out.
Listen, I feel you, and again,
It's not home, it's not home, it's not
I hear you.
their lives, it's an empty building.
I hear you.
And what about the radiation that could be, if it became a data center? Radiation causing
And
cancers?
again, if that's the application, those concerns will be addressed and be presented in front of this board.
We're talking about speculation. That's all speculation.
That's all this is, it's speculation.
We're not voting on speculation. We're voting on what's in front of us right now, not speculation. It could be anything. They could get a McDonald's put there. We don't know. If they get somebody, if McDonald's wants to put the thing there, then they come back and they have to redo their whole plant. They're getting a preliminary so they can go out and shop for a tenant. If they get a different tenant that doesn't want that, they can draw up all new plans. And then they would have to come back and get that approved. And then we'd have to make sure those follow the land use laws for that area. This is just for them to get preliminary. This is not for them to build. This is not for anything. This is for them to go get a tenant. It could be, that plan could potentially change. Say you get another bottling plant company. They change the plans and they come back. But this is just so they can go out and shop and develop it. But them as property owners have every right to develop their property as long as it fits within the confines of the law. Just as you do, just as I do. And if you were to deny it, then you have a lawsuit on your hands that the taxpayers of this town are going to have to foot. Do you want a foot multi-million-dollar lawsuit?
I don't want a warehouse in this town.
It's not up to me whether they put a warehouse there or not. It's not up to you. I'm sorry.
We'll buy the land.
And I'll say this, you know, you didn't waste your time coming here because obviously it shows that the residents don't want this, right? We will go through the legal ramifications of approving this because they're in accordance with the laws, or not approving it because they're not in accordance with the laws. And this board has that decision, right, to follow what they've been entrusted to do, and that is to follow the law, okay? But your voices are heard. There will be other opportunities to speak when they nail down a tenant and bring them forward, and who knows, maybe this shrinks in size. Maybe it goes away completely. I don't know. Again, there's so many other steps through Pinelands, DEP, the DOT, and you heard some of those take several years to go through. This is a long, lengthy process. It's already been in process for, I believe, 4 or 5 years at least. And again, it started before I became mayor, but it's a lengthy process, and it's going to continue to be a lengthy process. But this is one of the steps in the very, I'll say, beginning of the process for approvals and things like that. And again, this is not a final approval. This is a preliminary approval. So it will have to come back, and I can assure you that, you know, environmental is important to us. The residents are important to us. The safety is important to us, and we will make sure that everything, and we will have expert testimony, and if there is a reason for the denial, then it will be denied for the safety and the well-being of our residents and the environment. So, you know, that I can assure you, but we're not at that phase yet. And again, as long as they meet the law and all the requirements are met, they have the right to develop. So I know you don't like to hear that. I know nobody likes to hear that. I appreciate everybody. You know, it's not often that we get people at meetings, to be honest with you, and I actually like the fact that the public is interested, and does come out and speak on these things because that matters to us. It matters to the town council. It matters to our administration, the mayor's administration. That matters to us. We want involvement from our public. We need more involvement from our public. And that's the reality of it. So I appreciate everybody spending several hours now, almost 4 hours. We're into this thing. Unfortunately, I'm the bearer of making a decision here that you may all not like, but it's the reality. And it's the legal end of it that it has to be made, that decision.
I hope that you can find avenues to fight that legally on behalf of residents.
Well, and again, there are many more steps to this process, and we will ensure that they are in accordance with all the laws. I guarantee that.
I know there's a lot about the traffic and the wildlife. One of the reasons I'm here is when I was very young, I did watch that movie, Aaron Rodgers. And that was already built and was already there. And if anybody's familiar with that movie or story, those families were negatively affected. And it didn't matter until after the fact, until their children were affected negatively, until they were affected negatively. So they couldn't have kids because it was in their groundwater. And their kids were playing in these retention ponds. If anybody remembers the movie, it was very moving. It's a little bit of a saucy story, but it was about a chemical called hexachromium. What's your company called? Hexacorp? Hexachromium Corp or something? So what I'm saying is, you might say, yes, it'll take years for it to even happen, or develop into something or even nothing. But it shouldn't even start at that process. We should be preserving the land that we have instead of letting it get sold off. Now that it's sold off, we have to work together to fight this warehouse project. And I hope that I can be knowledgeable enough to find other hearings for when this comes to this board again, so I can be present and voice concern and try and get other people to do that, because that's what we need. We don't need this here. As much as some people may need warehouses or artificial intelligence, Santa Clauses giving high fives, it's not what human society needs. And I know that there is laws and humans write the laws, but humans err and the laws are in error. And even though we're following laws that are in error of human nature.
I can say this,
and I understand
true stories like the movie that enhance laws, right? And I think that the story that you told with the movie, that probably enhanced the laws throughout many different states, right? And we all know the Pinelands is a very difficult process, right? It's a protected area. Quite frankly, this township struggles because of the Pinelands. And look, I'm not an expert up here, but, I really didn't know what the Pinelands really were for. I thought they were for pine trees and saving trees. It's not. It's to preserve the water aquifer that's beneath us, right? So, they are a difficult process, and if the approvals are granted through them, which is a much more difficult process than, I'll say, local government, or even state government, the Pinelands seem to have a bigger grip on things. But they have to meet all the Pineland requirements as well. So I would hope that the Pinelands Commission are obviously experts, I would consider, compared to myself and probably most of the people in this room. But I would hope that the environmental impact, they are there to protect the water aquifer. And I don't believe that they will give approvals for a project that's going to affect that.
I'll be honest, there would also seem a little fishy that the Pinelands would just kind of turn the other way and let this happen.
And listen, I haven't had that experience with the Pinelands. My house is not in the Pinelands, but I know this township struggles when we try to bring in business, whether it be larger business, smaller business, because half of this township falls in the Pineland, and it restricts bringing business to this town because we are in the Pinelands. And that's the truth.
It's just very odd that something of this scale would get approved, and there's no end outcome for what something of this scale will actually give or benefit to other towns or even neighboring towns. There's no, if there could just be an annual percentage report of how much money something like this could generate. And just in anything, in any aspect of whatever's there, whether it be a bottling company, to a fulfillment center, to even if it was some type of data or IT technological standpoint. And I know that technology is getting bigger and broader, but we don't need the data centers.
and we really don't understand what the benefit of this monetarily could be. Like, how many other warehouses come in here in this area? You know, you said it's difficult because time restricts it, but at what point does a center of that size, how much do they generally annually, as far as like money towards the town?
Tax dollars?
It's gotta be discussed, like something of that size. It's one thing if it was as big as this room.
I wouldn't be able to give you an exact figure, but I would think that it would be probably 7 figures
But how long would that take?
per year.
Per year, but what I'm saying is if it doesn't have a tenant and it's empty,
Well, again, when you have a building, even though it's vacant, there's still property taxes. And I'm not saying that that's the case here, but obviously.
it's like destructive though. So you're destroying the area for taxes that we think are gonna get you money, but then nobody goes there, and then it's empty, so then it's just a big waste of space, and then nobody's happy.
Again, you could sit here all night long.
I know.
And I bet you many people would have differences of opinion, right? Some people want residential to stop being built in this community. Unfortunately, we have affordable housing laws that we have to guide by and meet. And over the next 10 years, we have to build 303 affordable homes. And just to put that into perspective for everybody, when you have to build 304 homes, affordable housing, that means this township has to build 1,500 new homes over the next 10 years just to meet that requirement, right? So last thing everybody wants to hear is, hey, we're gonna have to build more homes, right? Some people don't want homes, but then others say, hey, we need ratables, we need to, stabilize our taxes. So it really comes down to the individual, the family. Some people say no homes because it puts a burden on the school district. Some people say, hey, we want businesses, but we don't want businesses in our backyard, put it someplace else. And hey, we don't want a warehouse, but we want a Chick-fil-A. So it's unfortunately the governing body, myself as mayor and the council, have to make decisions based on 38,000 residents. And I'm willing to bet it's over 40,000 residents, just the last census, comes in 38 change, but I know we have more than that. But we have to make decisions based on all that, and we are also kind of handcuffed with the fact that we are in the Pinelands. So it's difficult. People don't, they say, hey, number one priority is high taxes. Well, unfortunately, the only way you stabilize the taxes is bringing in new revenues, which is new tax dollars to offset those taxes so the residential rates don't go up and you bring in ratables. Unfortunately, it's hard to bring in ratables because of the Pinelands. When you get a ratable, some people don't like it because, hey, it's near my house or it's in my backyard. And look, I even said tonight, I don't like the project behind me, but I couldn't stop it. And I know it's not comparable to this as far as it's residential to a thing here, but unfortunately, it's the reality of when somebody owns that piece of land, they have the right to develop it as long as they're in accordance with the laws. And this project happens to be in accordance with the laws and the own property.
Why don't you guys build a school for all the people that are gonna live here? We have to have so many homes, right? Is there any way that it can become a school? Would you find a tenant that would be a private school?
Okay.
No, I get it, it's, that don't matter, I know, it's just how we all feel, and it's not right. And I'm sure you're like, we're tied by the law, but, I guess as you say goes, I hope that we can fight this tooth and nail for a long time so that by the time I have kids and they grow up and they get to enjoy the backyard, it's not there and I'm there fighting it still. That's all I can hope for now, because I know you're telling me your hands are all tied, and it's easy to just say, oh, we can't because there's the law. But nobody wants to fight the law, they just wanna let it be as is and let the laws get rewritten.
We're not gonna break the law.
So we're just gonna get bent over backwards?
Break the law, won't break the law. Don't fight the law. Land use law. That's what we're doing.
I hope that you guys can find some time to think about how this is going to affect everybody. And I know you're considering the law, but hopefully time is on our side and not the law. We have more time to fight this, and all these people can live and enjoy their homes and the woods and the surrounding area environment around them. without this even being considered for another 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can hope for.
And again, you will have.
It's a sad hope.
You will have other opportunities as this progresses. There will be other opportunities for public meetings. It has to happen.
Hopefully these can be posted more regularly to the public, maybe even in public emails, as they do for taxes.
It's public information. It's posted to everyone.
Thank you.
This is the third time, yeah, Randall Powers. And, you guys, I said I'm zoning before, but what's real important is, you want to talk about the law. What, at all, from the beginning, were the neighbors notified of what was coming about? Were all the neighbors? And if they were, do you have the receipts?
Putting it online and letting the neighbors know, it should be in their mailbox.
Right.
They are required by law to notify by certified mail everyone within 200 feet of this property.
So was that done from the beginning?
For this application, that should have been done, yes, I believe their attorney.
Because according to what I'm understanding, they didn't always get notice. This is the first they've heard. And if they didn't follow that, then you gotta start all over.
If they did not follow that, then the board would have no jurisdiction, but I believe.
Right,
their
and then you
attorney-
have to say no tonight. So that's my question. I wanna see if that was done, and if it wasn't, and you don't have the receipts, then you're obligated to say no.
We could provide it with that.
Well, yeah, but do we have that? I mean, I don't wanna, no disrespect, I don't take your word. I need to see receipts.
Then go look at it.
Do you have the receipts? Oh, all right, so do you have you been able to notify, yes, this is from the beginning, when this was first started?
Redevelopment.
We couldn't be looking at it for-
You're not gonna look at my file, because I'm not over
So we're not.
So, I understand, she has something, but she doesn't want to share it, you have it on file. But before we can see, we don't know if it's really accurate or not, you're gonna vote on this. Or can you hold off until we see that file?
You don't have the right to tell us to hold off. We look at it.
Well, I don't have the right, but I have a right to say what I wanna say.
We've let you come up 3 times.
Yes,
This is your 3rd time.
well, that's right, but trying, you know.
We've been very reasonable with everyone here tonight. Everyone has come up and spoke.
Yeah, but I got a really good legitimate question.
We're letting you ask them.
Yeah, but now you're trying to slow me down.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
We told you everybody was notified. and she
Yeah,
just
but
showed
I'm
the
telling you,
receipts.
I don't believe it, and I see the receipts. She says she's got some, but she's not willing to share them. So she said you have
She
them.
doesn't have to share them with you. They're public.
But you said the law you want to follow, and the law is that you have to notify. I want to know if he was notified.
Excuse me,
This is the
excuse
first
me.
time.
We answered the question.
Did
Do
you?
you have any other questions?
Yes.
What's your other question?
I was notified. To knock on the door, the mailman came. He handed me a letter. I had a sign for it. It was December 29th that it arrived at the house. And I opened it of this 2025. It was written on the 24th of December, which would be Christmas Eve, of course. I didn't receive it till the 29th, which is only, 8 days ago. So that was the amount of notice that we had. That was it.
And no notice before.
No notice before,
That's
never heard anything, and here we are.
When I called to see about this meeting being postponed,
Excuse me, excuse me.
Sam Pizzazzi. I called and said, look, we gotta postpone it, we gotta prepare one. They said, oh, you're not in the 10-day period.
Okay, so
I said, but I
listen,
just got the
listen.
letter. I said,
Excuse
you
me.
guys mailed it out on
Excuse
the
me.
23rd, but it took 5-6 days, whatever. You know, it took too many days to get here. Anyway, I was with them.
Thank you.
They told me now you can't do anything or ask for a hold because you never got the letter in time.
Okay, and then another thing I just want to clear up. You keep saying that this was before your time, but that time, you were the president,
So,
correct?
excuse me. You're talking about matters, I let you do this twice now. This is the 3rd time. You're talking about stuff on the council, on another board. Okay, focus on this application. If you have other questions about this application.
Yeah,
we'll
all
listen
right,
to
so
it.
he had mentioned, and you say you don't lie, right? That you, that he,
You start making accusations like that.
no, he said, I'm just saying, he said, when he came up, so this way, I'm gonna ask a question.
Ask
He
your
said-
question. Ask your question.
All right, he mentioned
If you
about,
call him a liar, I'm gonna shut you down.
I didn't say that.
Then ask your question.
All right, now, I'm gonna say, he mentioned that he was from down in Sweetsboro, correct? By the traffic, by the warehouses, and he only sees maybe 2 vehicles. Well, I'm gonna tell you personally, firsthand, that I worked out of those warehouses, and I drove the big trucks, 18-wheelers, and it was around the clock show down there. And it's got at least minimum 50 trucks. Okay? So now, my question would be, do you still stand by what you said?
Which is what? What did you say?
That there was only 2 trucks?
Never said to. He might have mentioned something.
You know what? Their testimony speaks for itself. Whatever they testify to is what they testify.
Right, but you're now speaking for him, so now,
Do you have any other questions?
no.
Anyone else have anything from the public?
Rafael Jimenez, 3339 Shop Right.
Do you swear to affirm testimony about to give this board the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead.
First off, I will be so disappointed if this building will come up. 3 years ago, I built a polling board on my property. And after this day, I still fighting for that. Let me explain this a little better. You just said that if Thailand says no to the construction, it won't happen, correct? That's a lie. I tell you why. My polling board was built. Township approved it. They approved the plans, they approved everything, they came, they inspected the garage. And after this date, I still hanging with that. Knowing that you guys approved this, and this was for you fault. When the situation came to fix this problem, you all wash your hands and walk away. Mr. Ledger, I don't know if you still recognize the property, 3339 South Lagos Pike. I sent you a letter. I sent you a letter about this property. And I haven't yet received any response from you. And anyone else.
This is the house you built?
This is the pole barn.
A pole barn that you
Pole barn,
built?
yes.
And
And
the
guess what?
Pineland's okay for you to do that?
You tell me. You
I'm
approved
asking,
it.
I wasn't here then.
Well, I mean basically what I'm trying to say here, that he says that nothing is built unless the Thailand's approve it. The inspectors came, they inspect everything, and they inspected before and after. Okay, now we received something from Thailand, and they said,
And you
why,
want,
listen,
you wanted to build that, correct?
correct,
And you built it.
that's correct.
And now it's somebody else's fault that you built that? And you got okay for that?
You pay, the township
No,
pay.
I don't get it. Like, you came to us.
Yes.
The variances and everything.
Yes.
Right? You went to the Pinelands.
Yes.
They okayed it.
Yes.
You built it, but now you're blaming somebody else.
I didn't went to Thailand.
It's your property. You built on it. And you
I just trying to develop his questions here. I just wanted this question here, that he says that nothing is built unless it is approved by
I think what he's
You
saying
were
is
approved.
you not
But what I'm saying is, why did the
I
poll
think
get built?
certain things below a certain threshold will have to go to the Pinelands. Putting an accessory structure in your backyard, I don't think that requires Pinelands approval. But a major site plan of this scale requires Pinelands approval.
Well, if he doesn't require, but then they'll give me a hard time about it.
All right, listen to me. Just focus on this application, not your project, please.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, I hope you all came here thinking about the residents of Williamstown, not just thinking about money. Because I'm sure some of you already got your phone out of your pocket and make the number so much money you're gonna make your taxes out of that building. You know, it's all I got to say is, I would be so disappointed if that thing goes up. And I still have problems with my little polling board, it's only 40 by 60 little garage. And guess what, I convert that property into commercial property as well. And that's why I built that, because I wanted to run my business from home. And guess what they told me, I can't use it as a commercial. I've got to use, after I pay to convert that into commercial, now they're telling me that garage has to be a residential use.
And who told you that, sir?
Township,
Township.
township. So I had to, so basically, you know, what I'm saying is, I don't put that here for no reason.
Let's stay on topic. If you have questions about this application, then.
I'm confident, that's what I'm saying, that I would be so
We're talking about
disappointed
your
if that
house.
was up.
Your house doesn't need the same requirements that this property needs.
So they wouldn't, they gave him a problem about it.
So, one of,
They give me a problem, that's what I'm saying, they give me a problem about the polling board, it's 40 by 60, when you
Sir,
want to cut some trees down,
Sir.
and put this thing up.
Maybe I can give a little bit of clarification, and I don't know your exact thing, and I don't know the letter that you're speaking of, because I'm very responsive. However, if you're talking about a residence and trying to convert it into a business and have dual uses on a property in the Vineland, you're allowed one permitted use. So, and that's my experience with it, and that's probably why you cannot put your business and your residence on the same property, or never in.
That was,
One permitted use in the
saying
Vineland.
he came before the zoning board, he got a variance to allow him to.
They allow me,
But that's a whole,
Different.
That's just
So,
not enforced.
I just want to try to help you.
and they did allow me to, and then after that, they said, well, guess what, you can't have your business in your home here. So now that garage had to be a home other part.
Well, and again, I would love to discuss that with you, if you want to call.
I also would love to, I appreciate, if you even answer my letter that I sent you. I will send you another one, I email you as well, I send you through your email. And, if you have your response, you will appreciate that, because I also asked for help. I said, can we use an engineer for the township? Can they help us out with this? And they said, you know what, look, that's your problem.
And again, if you call my office, you will get a response from.
Well, I would like to come and see you first.
That's fine.
Okay, what day can I come to see
You
you?
can call my office, you got a pen there?
I do.
856-728-9800, extension 202, and my aide will schedule an appointment. 202.
Thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Jesus Serrano?
Did you get sworn in here?
Yes. No.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give us for is the truth?
Yes.
Speak with your first one, yeah?
No, I live the property next,
What's your
the
address?
property is there. My name's Anthony Serrano, I live in 2985 South Michael's Place. And I got the certified letter, that was put in my mail a week and a half ago. And that's the only letter I got, I didn't sign for it and it was there. Now, what I wanna say is, if it does become a data center, which it would be approved for, because when I called, you said it would be approved.
That's
The
not.
data center is,
That's not entirely true.
well, they said it is allowed, it is allowed.
It is a permissible use.
Yes. Now, what I want to say is our health. My wife has got a pacemaker. And the vibrations from this thing, I'm right next to them, 200 feet from it. Why do I have to put up that? How's that legal?
And again.
But how's that legal?
It's not an automatic approval. They would have to submit an application, come before this board, and the board would then have to vote on that application if they wish to do it.
When I called and I asked about it, they're saying that a data center would be approved.
So,
Because you could put that here. Why do I have to live next to that?
listen, I want to just be clear. Obviously, there's no data center being proposed tonight, okay?
Yeah, but if it does,
Maybe not ever, maybe not yet, maybe they do. If the applicant proposes a data center, they have to come back before the board. Everyone gets a chance to do the same thing we did tonight, another time. We'll be specific as to data centers and the regulations and issues that relate to that, if they propose that. They're not proposing that tonight.
Because I've been here for 30 years, I don't think I should have to live near something like this. So there's only one property between me and that. This gentleman over here is right next to it, so I don't know how he's gonna tolerate it. And like they said with the owls, I see these owls, I see these hawks going by, all this is gonna leave. And my wife, we got bird feeders outside, and all the nature is just gonna go with it. So how's that right? How is that legal? You're saying that everything's legal, that's not legal. If that's legal, I don't know what
Never
is.
said it was, it has to go in front of the pilots. It's already been bounced.
Well, that's all I have to say, I just wanted to say my piece. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything to say from the public?
I'm getting confused. My name is Linda Visonsky. I was up here and I had asked you the one question. And from what I understand, you said this is preliminary. There's no exact warehouse, whatever is going in there. And this hearing is just for whether you want to allow them to put this building up. Am I correct?
No, not in private. It's a preliminary hearing which gives them the ability to go market it to multiple companies to say, hey, do you want to lease our property, do you want to buy our property? And then they would fit it for that. If it were a bottling company, they would build it towards the bottling company's needs. If it was a data center, they would build it towards that. But before they can do that, they have to make the application in front of this board when they, A, obtain the tenant, B, change the use. Right now, if the approval is for a warehouse and a distribution centers, if they want to change it to a data center, that would change the use, which would trigger that they would have to come back in front of this board and basically declare that, and then this board would have to make a decision at that point.
Okay, and I understand that, but right
Her
now.
question though is, can they build that? And the answer is no.
They
Not after.
cannot build anything right now, right?
Correct.
Unless they have someone who wants to come in and put something in there.
They would need to come back.
And come,
You
so
find
right now, this is not being, you're not up there, and you're gonna say, okay, let them build it, and then we're gonna wait and see who they're bringing in.
No.
Is that correct? You're
They're not gonna-
they're not building this.
They're not building. No shovel in the ground, nothing.
Okay, because you know what, that's what I heard you tell me, but then it was almost like, well, they pass all of these regulations, and you would get sued if you don't let them build it, so that's why I had to come up here and get this exactly the way I thought I heard it the first time.
In order to build it, they have to get final.
I think the key word here is it's a preliminary approval. A preliminary approval, which means they still have to go through X amount of steps, and they have to get final approval. Once they get final approval, then they go out for permits and things like that. But part of that preliminary approval is they have to seek Pinelands approval, they have to seek DEP approval, they have to seek DOT, all state regulated agencies. They have to get approvals from them as well, not just the local. And if they get all those approvals and they obtain a tenant, then it would have to come back in front of this board for more approvals.
It sounded like you already have all of that.
One, they don't have a tenant. Two, this is the.
No, they don't have all those other.
They don't have the pinelands, they don't have the wetlands.
No,
Is
what
this
they,
what
They
you're
have a
saying?
portion from the Pinelands, but they don't have DOC, they don't have County Sewer Conservation District, they
Okay,
don't have MUA, they don't have County Utility Authority, they don't have DEP
oh, okay, so
for
there's
all the
still a
water and
lot
sewer,
that has to
they
be
don't have any of that.
Okay. Thank you, because that isn't what I was hearing.
You're welcome.
And I needed to, but I do have one more question, because I used to be a realtor and I am retired. And I know you said that they actually bought this property, because I know that property, that whole area was sold to a different developer years ago. Then we had the market crash. They were gonna build 55 and older homes in there. It never happened because it crashed, the market crashed. And next thing you knew, there was a sign, property available, that stayed up there for a long time. that the property was being formed up until like 4 years ago. But my question is, they actually have purchased this land?
Somebody else had said that, Mark, did you?
No, they said it, you said it. You said they bought it.
Yes, the applicant's attorney said they.
Do you have?
They own the land. Excuse me.
Is there a-
You're permitted to ask them the question. You can ask them the
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry, is there a sale?
You can,
You have, has the builders owned the land? Yes, and you have proof of that? Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Here.
All right, thank you.
thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this? Going once, going twice.
Anyone else? I'll entertain a motion to close.
Motion to close.
the public, close that.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. So the motion, the application before us is for preliminary site plan approval in accordance with the applicant's application. I do have some questions for the applicant before the board motions. There are various review letters from the township, planning board professionals. There's engineering review letter, there's planner review letter. There are numerous comments in all of the review letters. Does the applicant agree to each and every comment in both the review letters from the planning board?
We do, except as we have testified to, and clarified, it through our testimony, particularly with regard to the parking waiver, and the fact that, we requested, that it was mentioned in the review letter that we may need the waiver, but through our testimony, I believe we've established that we do not need that waiver because we satisfy the activity.
I believe I heard that too, but Mr. Doc, you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that. That's the intent of the redevelopment plan, is that they satisfy the true generation parking demand for ITE, then they don't technically need a waiver, and they provided that testimony to Mr. Shropshire.
Okay. Earlier in the application, you heard me say that the site plan ordinance, which speaks for itself in Monroe Township, requires what it requires. And one of the things it requires, if you get a user or change of use or new business to enter these buildings, you have to come back for site plan approval. I don't want to state that that's a condition because it's part of the ordinance, but do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
I'll look for a motion.
Make a motion to approve that.
With the condition?
No, then somebody has to second me, and then we'll vote.
Let's do one before we do.
With the conditions.
With the conditions.
As stated by our attorney.
So to be specific, there's conditions in the township, there are review letters, board review letters. The application will be subject to each and every outside agency that has jurisdiction over it.
Can I get a second for that motion with all those contingents?
Second?
Okay, we'll have a roll call vote.
You want to add something?
Right? Okay.
This is a permitted use project and does not require any variances, and it is subject to any outside prior approvals. Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Giacobucci?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Wolf?
Yes.
Mr. Maury?
Yes.
Mr. Hessel?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes.
Okay.
Are there any objections?
Objectors? Objectors? Nope, there's none. Anyone abstain?
Does anyone abstain?
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, we still got some stuff to do.
We'll do resolution here.
Yeah, and then we have the zoning meeting. that we did. That'll be real fast, but.
Yeah.
No, I know.
And after the post-planning commission, next week, we have the special zoning board officer to address.
We know it, we just discussed it. Check, make sure your wife's got that.
Whatever happened, no more business will be done after 10.
Oh, she's still recording.
Oh, no.
She just told me to tell you that.
Let me say that.
You don't have to pause, we're
First night.
Excuse me, everybody.
Okay, we
have
just gotta
some
finish.
business to attend to, so.
Okay. All right, I need a motion to approve the minutes from December 1st, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second,
second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We're gonna open up the public again.
Motion to open up to the public.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody from the public like to speak? I'll entertain a motion to
Motion to
close.
close, the public goes out.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adjourn?
The board.
Any reports? No reports. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we just need a minute before we go to zoning board, because Scotty has to start a new live stream. The zoning board special meeting that we had, you weren't